This course is one of a kind, a hybrid, a double-edged sword, sharp on both sides, the best of both worlds. I am going to teach you data fetching on the web using Next.js, but it doesn't end there. We are going to go to the mobile side as well using React Native. The e-commerce app that you see will feature in this course, but it doesn't end there. We are going to double the trouble to quadruple your data fetching skills, adding the Netflix clone. Imagine getting an opportunity of a lifetime, but it doesn't last for a lifetime. Let alone that it doesn't last for a lifetime, it looks like it doesn't even last longer. Let alone not lasting longer, it looks like it quickly flipped in your hand such that you didn't get it. This is my story, a story of a missed opportunity because of lacking the knowledge and skills that I am going to teach you. But at the same time, I am going to show you how I have become a better person from that story. I am going to explain and teach you the most important skill that you will ever need as a front-end developer. Let me ask you a question. Which app or web app that you know that doesn't fetch data from the server? You see, every application fetches data from the server. Talk of Spotify, at some point it must fetch the data from the API. Talk of Gmail, at some point it has to fetch data from the API. Let's talk about the platform that you are using, where you are watching me right now, YouTube. This video that you are watching is sitting somewhere on Google's server and is being delivered to you by Google. Obviously, there is a front-end engineer that made that possible. In this video, I am going to teach you the same skills that that front engineer has. This means that I'm going to teach you the basic fundamentals of data fetching using fetch, and I'm going to teach you using Axios. It's not going to end there. I am going to teach you the latest and the greatest Facebook invention, and that is GraphQL, the one that has been adopted by many companies, including Netflix. How am I going to do that? This is going to be a better, a simpler, and the most efficient way of getting you to learn. Maybe you're asking yourself, but why, Matthew? Simply because I understand you. I feel you. At some point in my life, I was once in your shoes. I am going to teach you data fetching skills such that you can be ready to apply for a job and get it guaranteed. What if that doesn't happen? I am more than willing to give you your money back. Well, in case you are asking yourself, when did you pay me from the first place? You are already paying me your attention as we speak. So it is my own duty to deliver to you high quality education that can help you to become a better person and land that job in 2024. Let's just jump straight into it. Now that you are done creating your Next.js application, let's just jump straight into Visual Studio Code. In your Visual Studio Code, you are supposed to have a folder structure like this, but obviously without the components folder and without the dashboard folder. But you are supposed to have the app folder. Supposed to have this app folder and this page. When you click here, this is what you are going to get. Obviously not exactly as it is in your folder or in your page. There's a lot of things here. I am going to quickly help you with that. Just Control A to highlight everything and delete it. I am going to use a plugin to quickly create a functional component. So RNFCE, my apologies about that. It looks like my RFCE, my Visual Studio Code, it's delaying a little bit. As you can see, this is what I want to do. Okay, so what this does, it just create a simple React functional component. In case you are asking, what am I using to achieve this? I am using a plugin which is ES7. Okay, it's a long name, ES7. My apologies about that. Okay, it's going to quickly show up here. Okay, this is the plugin that I'm using. Make sure that you've got this plugin installed. It will make it easier for you to have this code snippet. Okay, as you can see, the components that has been created has been modeled or copied from this page name, which make this a small letter. For good programming practices, let's just make everything a capital letter. In case you don't have that plugin installed, you can just copy this as it is. Import from React, then function, create a function like this, and then from then with an empty div. You can type whatever you want to type here. Now, after you are done, even if you can run your project, you will see some lines or some stripes which are caused by CSS, which maybe you don't really know where they are coming from. So what you can do, you can just go to global CSS, and then from then you will see a body here. Okay, a body CSS property, and then you can just remove everything inside so that this body can be blank. And then from there, you can save everything and go back to your page. You are going to have exactly what I have. And then let's just type something so that we can see what's on the browser. Okay. Okay, then now let's save and let's go and check on the browser. Let's refresh. Okay, I think it's already refreshing. So you are supposed to have exactly what I have, a blank page. Now, how are we going to do this? Let's just get into the basics, okay, of API call or data fetching. If you are fetching data, it means that you are fetching it from somewhere. Where are you fetching the data? From a server. But how do you do that? There must be a certain web page, let's just call it for now, a web page that will serve you. Okay, so I am going to use this API, which is dog CEO. Okay, this is an API, a free API. What I like about it, it's beginner friendly. It's for me and you. So this means that you can use this API without registering and also without paying anything. It's just for free. It's going to assist you, or it's great for a beginner when you want to learn. Now that we got into this API, okay, what we want to do, we want to hit an endpoint. What is an endpoint? An endpoint, it's a URL structured like address, okay, something like this. As you can see here is an endpoint, is structured like a URL, but it's not its own intent or its own mission or its own use. It's not for public purposes. Like sometimes you can type an endpoint here and you are not going to get anything because it's not designed to be used like this, okay, like a normal URL. In most cases, it works behind the scene because when you hit that endpoint, it will serve you with data, okay. So that is actually an endpoint, okay, that you have to hit so that you can get the data from. So let's say you are working for a certain company and you are asked to get data from an API. The first thing that you have to ask, what is the API? Okay. In my previous work employment and the companies that I work for, I was responsible for fetching data from the Spotify API, which is very friendly and clear and well documented. Now, the problem came when I have to fetch data from an Apple API. It was a mission and a half. Not easy to understand, at least for me. Okay, so why am I telling you this? Number one, as a beginner, you've got an assumption that you must be, let's say, a supercomputer. Okay, before you get into the work environment, you have to know everything. Let me tell you, technology keeps on changing. As we speak, I am creating my own React Native library. This means that if it can blow up on the internet, many companies will adopt it. So if you were in varsity 10 years ago, or you've learned data fetching or a certain library 10 years ago, it will mean that this year it's not relevant. So the employers understand that the industry keeps on changing. So there are things that you are going to get into the work environment and you have to learn them there in the work environment. Then this talks to the essence of this channel and how I do things. Learn the principle and then the syntax. Okay, most developers or most newbies, they are focused on the syntax. These are the questions that they ask. How can I display this in there? Which is good for beginning, but as you become a better developer, you need to learn the principle, things like try principle, solid principle, and design pattern. More about those in different courses. Now, what we've already learned so far is that we've got an API endpoint that we want to hit. Very important to understand when you get into the documentation or in the API website. There's a lot of information there. There are different endpoints. You must be able to choose the endpoint that you want. For instance, let's just click here, the breed list. Okay. This is the endpoint. Yes, let's just see what will be displayed here. Okay. Let's just see what will be displayed here. Okay, this one is a random, like the same one that we had before. I'm just looking for a different endpoint. Let me just click home, go back. These are the adverts. My apologies about that. Okay, here I'm at home. Let's see. This is the random one. Pull request here. Okay. I'm just looking for a different endpoint. Let me just click here, documentation. Maybe this will take me somewhere. As you can see, list of breed, random images by breed. Let's just click here by breed. As you can see, when you are using this endpoint, okay, it will give you a list of images. Okay, as you can see, it will give you a list of images. So when you are using an API, you go to the API website, you try to look for endpoints that will help you get the data that you want. If you are using let's say Spotify API, there's a lot of things that you can pull there. You can pull a list of artists, you can pull a list of song, you can pull artwork images, you can pull a lot of things. So it's very important to understand, if you are going to use an API, what sort of information are you looking for, so that when you are looking at endpoint, you can look specifically for an endpoint that will help you solve the problem. By doing so, you are going to be valuable, and also you are going to actually solve the problem that the employer or the company has. My apologies about that. Then let's continue. As we've already identified that we want the simplest endpoint, or the endpoint that returns a simple data. This for us will suffice. Okay, so as you can see in this endpoint, they are showing us that this is the image that you will get. Enough about that. Let's just copy this endpoint. Now let's go back to the code. So now I am going to show you data fetching using JavaScript fetch. Okay, the approach that I'm going to use here is very interesting. Some developers and some instructors, they come, let's say, quote unquote prepared. Okay, they have got a list of things that they are going to do, and they are going to execute from that, and that will be it. For instance, they will take the endpoint, use the fetch, and put everything, and then they will show you their result, which works well, but you can't use that information to on an interview on a platform where you are being asked some questions that you have to answer. For instance, in my case, I have failed in an interview that could have been life-changing for me, because I'm in South Africa. I was getting an international interview. So imagine if I would have got that, but I didn't understand the essence of data fetching. Let alone that I didn't understand the essence of data fetching. When I was asked what is data fetching, to be honest, I didn't know. And I was honest about it, that, okay, I'm not familiar about that. And then I was being asked questions like, what does await means? What is async means? Those are the things that I didn't know. I was being asked about server statuses, those things I didn't know. So if you're following a tutorial whereby the instructor or the developer just quickly boom, 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 and get it done, and they don't take you into the intricacies, the ups and downs of data fetching, you might just only know what they have taught you. You don't become a better developer. Now, my approach is I am going to try something step by step. I will look for errors. And then from there, I will show you that this is the error that has been shown. This is how we are going to solve it. Or this is what the server displays. Then this is how we are going to continue from what the server display. Let's start. The first thing that we have to start with, we are using React. Specifically, we are using Next.js. Okay, so the best way to do this on React, number one, let me see if I can increase my screen size. Okay, in case there's somebody who's watching this from a mobile phone, let me try again, pimp it up a little bit. I'm happy with this. Okay, so what we are going to do, since we are in React, okay, if you want to fetch data, in most cases, okay, you are fetching data when your form first loads, okay, so that it can pull all the information and display it for the ideal user. So you achieve that in React by using useEffect. My apologies about that. Okay, you use useEffect. Okay, it's a useEffect hook. You can make your own research on React hooks. Okay, but this is how you use it. Okay, this is how you will use it. Okay, as you can see, we need to import this hook. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to press Control and press space, and then I'm going to import it from React. Yes, okay, it's already imported. Okay, let's see. React hook usually cannot be called on the top level. Okay, my apologies, this is correct. Okay, I am supposed to be inside this functional component. Okay, as you can see, this is where I'm supposed to call. So let me just give you a brief of what this means. Okay, so when when your page first loads, okay, so the instructions which are inside this bracket will be executed, and what we want to do here, we want to fetch data. Okay, then let me tell you what this means. Okay, this empty array means that this instruction will only be executed once. Okay, as soon as your page loads, it will only be executed once. It makes sense if you look at it, because this information is some sort of an initial information. Okay, so when the page loads, it must already have these. Okay, so it makes sense that we are only running these instructions once. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to fetch the data. Let me just show you a basic and a simple way of using fetch. Okay, this is how you use it, and that is it. This is how you use fetch. Okay, then one might ask, and then there is some sort of an error there. That's not much of a problem. You need to put your endpoint here, and then boom, guys, that is it. This is how you fetch data. Obviously, there are some things that we can expand on, which is we will do that shortly. But if you can use this and understand this, you are on your way to becoming a better developer. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. I am your friend. Let's continue. So let's look for an endpoint. We have identified our endpoint, that this is our endpoint. Very important to note the type of information that this endpoint will return. Okay, as you can see, it's telling you that it's returning a JSON string or a JSON object. Okay, cool beans. Now let's continue, guys. So this is the endpoint. Okay, this is your endpoint. That means we have just managed to hit this endpoint. But now the question is, because if we can save here, we won't see any difference here. Okay, we won't see any difference. Now one might ask, where to from here? Let me take you to another level. Okay, let me go back to this error. Important thing about errors. Okay, as a developer, whenever you see errors, you need and you have to be excited. That's my opinion. Matthew from Coded Design. Here is what is interesting about errors. As Matthew, I might have my own opinion based on my own experience. Remember, it's my own experience. It doesn't mean it's going to work for you. Some other things like architecture and how to do things. So let's treat that as an opinion. I've got my opinion. So I can teach you everything about React and my own opinions, okay? But as a developer, as a new developer, you've got your own challenges, which I would predict, or I would assume that at the moment you don't even know if you've got those challenges. When you are new, the most frustrating thing, you don't know what you don't know. Okay, you really don't know what is it that you don't know. Errors come handy to tell you exactly, uniquely, for your solution, for your own problem, where you are in terms of your understanding of programming. They will indicate to you what you must know. Okay, those will be presented to you in form of errors. Let's just be philosophical for a bit. Let's quote James Allen on his book As a Man Thinketh. He said, circumstances don't make up a man, but they reveal him to himself. Errors, they just do that. They reveal you to yourself. Important thing about them, they tell you exactly what you need to know now. So when you see an error, please be kind and smile, and then try to understand what is an error and solve it. So this is an error from Next.js. Okay, what it's trying to tell us is that we are using this use effect with use effect, which according to React Next.js as opinion, this is a client-side page, because these components are only available in the client. So what we need to do, we just need to go here and tell Next.js that this page, it's going to use client. Okay, because we are using use effect, which is a, let's say, a something that will be used according to Next.js on the client side. Let's just click save and go back here. I hope now you are starting to see the value of trying with some little errors. Okay, if I would have jumped into this code and typed something that works from the get-go, there are some certain things that you were not going to know, and those things, unfortunately, they are needed in the interview. Now let's continue. Okay, as you can see, guys, my apologies, it looks like my system, it's not what can I say, it's not quick, it's taking some time. I don't know why. Okay, but for now, let me see what I can do. Okay, this is not where I want to be, this is where I want to be. So I hope at least by now you trust me. Okay, most cases or going forward, you'll just have to take my word for it. Okay, so on that page there is nothing much happening, because we didn't do anything about this fetch. We have fetch data, but we didn't tell the system or the computer what to do with it. So the first thing that we can do, let's just create a variable. Okay, let's say const, my apologies about this. Okay, const received data is equal to fetch. Okay, as you can see, guys, now what we are doing, we are creating a data variable, a container to store everything that will come from this. Okay, obviously as a new beginner you will be like, kumbaya, cool beans, that means we are getting there, we can use this data however we want. Well, that's still too early. Okay, there are some certain things that I need to show you so that you can understand data fetching in details. Okay, so the information that we get here is not ready yet. Okay, let's console log it, and then we will see the next step from what we will see from here, what we'll get. Okay, console.log. When you are console logging, it's more like you want to know what's inside a variable. Okay, let's click save. Let me go back here. Okay, as you can see, guys, everything is running well, as I said. So when you want to see something that you have console logged, let's right click and click inspect. And then when you are done inspecting, you can go here on console log. Okay, we want to be here on console log. This is where you are going to see all your logs. Okay, and what else are we going to do from here? This is where you are going to see all your logs. Let's just go back. Okay, please ignore these for now. Okay, Let's go back. Let's see. We have created a variable which is received data, and we have fetched the data, and we have put it inside here on received, and then we are console logging received. Okay, let's quickly see. Make sure that we've got use client here as the first line, preferably. Okay, the first line there. Okay, then let's go back here and see. Okay, let's just refresh from here. Okay, let's just refresh from here and see what will be there. My apologies about this slow computer. Let me see. Maybe I was testing something and I have throttled my network. Okay, that's what I do sometimes when I want to see if, yes, when I want to see if my pages can work better or they can perform better loading on a slow network. Okay, I always throttle. As you can see, guys, this is low 3G, so let's make it none. Okay, no throttling. Okay, so now things are supposed to be better. And also let's, okay, caching is not disabled. Okay, guys, I'm happy with this. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, the performance is supposed to be better than before, suppose, because now um I have made some changes. Okay, let me just quickly make sure. Okay, my apologies about that, but this is something that you can also learn from. Maybe my network is slow. Okay, okay, let's check here. Network here. Okay, nothing. Okay, guys, now let's continue. Okay, so let's go to console. Okay, as you can see, guys, at first we only had this object. Please don't mind about this. What we are looking for is this promise. Okay, let's just look at what is inside this promise. Okay, as you can see, this is a promise and we've got a promise state fulfilled. We've got a response. Okay, so when we are communicating with the server, okay, it always sends a response. Okay, maybe when it's not available, there might not be a response. Maybe there might be an error, but the rule of thumb, when you are sending information from the server requesting something, the server will respond. That's the first thing that we are learning from here. Let's just look at the response. Okay, as you can see, there is a lot of things. Now we are introduced into server statuses. Okay, let me just ask ChatGPT. Hoping that also I'm introducing you to how we do things as developers. Okay, we don't really rely on our knowledge, more especially when there are tools which are readily available. If you rely too much on your knowledge, you are a human being, you are bound to making mistakes. That's why in the development community we've got libraries, frameworks, and styling mechanism. It just means that there is someone who sat down and thought carefully about whatever problem and they provided you with a solution. So if the solution is there and it's a perfect fit for whatever that you want to know, please don't shy away from using it. So I'm just introducing you to ChatGPT, that it's your good friend. Okay, so let's just type here, please provide a list of server response codes. Okay, so basically when the server responds in a certain way. Okay, meaning that all servers respond in a certain way. It doesn't matter if you're using Next.js or you're using React or you're using whatever. So there are some certain codes that the server will respond. Okay, 200 means that everything went well. Okay, we've got code 404, which means the page has not been found. So the list is endless. Okay, what I want you to know is that a server communicates to you in a certain way. This is very important because you are going to use, let's say, Airbnb's API, and there will be a certain response based on your own request. You won't really know what it means, and you're going to take time to finish your job. Okay, so as you can see, guys, okay, we've got 200, which is okay. We've got 201, which is created, 202 accepted. You can go to internet and search and learn more about these. This is not something that you have to memorize, but you just have to understand that this is how the server communicates. Okay, it communicates through these server code. Okay, now let's go back to where we were. Okay, so we have learned here. Okay, and also we've got okay here, something that is very important, even though we're not going to talk much about it here, but you can use this to see if was the request successful. Okay, you can use this okay. Let's say you are just asking someone in general life, asking your friend, as I'm asking you now, are you okay? Okay, so you are going to say yes, or you are going to say no. That's the same concept here. When you want to know that was your request successful, you can ask in terms of logic, is okay true? If this variable okay true, then you means that everything went well. That's part of error handling. Okay, let's continue. So now what we have learned here, we've learned about this okay. We have learned that there are things called headers. Okay, very important to understand. You can make your own research. And then we've got status equals to 200, and then that is it. So how do we know that if this response relates to exactly to what we were doing? This is the URL which we were trying to hit. As you can see, exactly this is what we are trying to hit. And then we've got the response. Let's just dive deep into the response. The reason why I'm doing this way, I want you to truly understand it so that you can also debug. Okay, as you can see here, we've got a lot of things. Okay, now confusion starts. If you can get in here, there will be something inside. If you get in here, there will be something inside. If you get in here, there will be something inside. This means that this is a lot of information. But what I want you to notice or to note here, just take note of this JSON, okay, and this F. Okay, this is JSON and this is F. Okay, so as you can see, this is a function of some sort, and this is JSON. Let's just quickly click here, even though there is nothing much, but just take note of it. Okay, it will help us later. Let's just go back now that we know that this is a lot. Okay, let's go back and close this. What is important that we must learn, this is a promise. Okay, have you ever made a promise to someone? I will take you to the movies, I will do this for you, I will do that for you. Maybe what might be the promise, my promise to you, I am going to help you to understand data fetching in such a way that you won't struggle in the work environment. Is that something tangible that you can use? Obviously no, but it's a promise. Okay, that might be true and that might not be true. Okay, but in this case of coded design, that is guaranteed. That means it's an absolute truth that you are not going to struggle in the work environment. Now let's continue. Very important to understand this, that we have console logged a promise. Now let him ask you a question. Can you use a promise? Okay, let's say I've promised you that I'm going to buy you a car. Can you use a promise to drive yourself around? No. So a promise, well, it's more like a hope. Okay, but it's not a substance. Okay, it's not a substance, something that you can use. So this promise means that we have managed to connect to the server, and the server has responded. The status code was 200. So the server told us that I got your request and I have sent the information. But now we're asking ourselves, server, where is the information? Okay, this request or the information came back as a promise. We can't drive ourselves around with the promise. Okay, so meaning that we are getting there. Okay, let's continue. Let's take this a step further. Okay, so this fetch returns a promise. Don't mind much about that one. It's going to be clear as we continue. Now what we want to do, okay, we want to go here and click dot then. Okay, and click dot then. Now you might ask, Matthew, now how does then fits in here? Okay, if I'm making a promise now, okay, it's going to be fulfilled some time or in the future, you are not going to struggle in the work environment based on what I'm teaching you as far as data fetching is concerned. But you cannot know that now, okay? You need to wait at least for me to finish the course, okay, or the video. Then you might get a sense of, are you going to struggle or you are not going to struggle, okay? If we can push this further, you will have to be in the actual working environment in order for you to actually know that. Do you get the idea of the future? Okay, so this means that this fetch, it's a promise based message. Why there is some sort of promise when we are communicating with the server? This is what it means. You are in your app, okay? Important to note that this way of doing things in React, it works for React, and also it works for React Native, which is for application development. As you can see, as you are going to see in this course, that I've got data fetching even also in React Native, trying to show you that you can learn React once and build also the skill that we have learned in React. It will help you to build web application and mobile application. So let's say you are in your client, which is the application. You are requesting data, okay? That's more of a promise. The server might respond, the server might not respond. The response might be an error in case you don't have, let's say, the network at all. Let's say the server is not available. I apologize about that. Let's say the server is not available. So as you can see, this is the concept of a promise in data fetching, okay? It's like as you are in a client in your own code, you are trying to access something that you don't have a control of. So you must allow rooms for disappointment, okay? So the fetching mechanism or the promise mechanism is just there for those reasons, okay? So we've explained that, okay, you can only know in the future. This then means that, okay, so when the, let's say, let me put it in this way, when the promise has been resolved, that means sometime in the future, then this is what happens, okay? You are going to get the result. Okay, this is an arrow function. I will explain this to you now. Okay, as you can see, my Visual Studio Code is delaying a little bit, so please don't mind about these squiggly lines. Okay, so what happens here? This then takes a function. Okay, this take a function as a parameter. This is just a function, this one, exactly like this function page, exactly, but it's called an arrow function. This function receives automatically the result. So meaning that this fetch, let's say, as it's processing this, it will inject the results here. How are you going to get the result? You need to be inside these curly braces so that you can access the result. Let's see. At first, when we were using this fetch, as you can see, we have console logged the promise. Now we've just moved one step further. Let's see what is inside there. How are we going to see that? We just have to console log this result. My apologies about this. Let's console log this result. Okay, let's go back here. Refresh. Okay. Okay, let's just wait a bit. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, let's see. I was hoping this is going to be better. So what I'm going to do after I'm done with this, I will have to maybe if I restart my system, that means I will lose a lot of things. Okay, that means I will have to set up a lot of things. Okay, we will see, guys, if what we will do. Okay, at the moment, to be honest, I'm not really sure. Okay, I don't want to cancel this and then start from scratch, and when I'm coming back, maybe my environment and a lot of things will be different. That might affect your own understanding and the quality of this video or the quality of education. But this is a response. Okay, now we've got a type course, we've got the URL, we've got redirected, status, course, and true. So it looks like we have console logged. We are displaying the same thing, but this one, it's more well organized. Okay, a lot of things have been displayed right at the top for us, okay, for us to quickly see what's going on. As you can see, as we are getting into it, things are becoming clearer and clearer. Okay, now let's dive deep into here again. Okay, we've got the headers, okay, the ones that we saw there. Now we've got also this response. Okay, let's just get into that response. Okay, let's see. In this response, we still have this JSON. Okay, we still have this. As you can see, once you get into it, you will see some arguments. Once you get into it, you will see some argument. What you get into it, you will see some argument. But what is different now from the previous let's say console log is that in the previous console log we had a promise. Now this is not a promise, this is a response. Okay, a response has got a lot of things, as you can see. So when I'm hitting a certain endpoint, don't think that you are only getting that data. There is a lot of things. Okay, more about that in other courses, or you can just subscribe to my YouTube channel and look at my videos. You will see a video that explains more about that. But now we got a response. We started by a promise and now we've got a response. Okay, it doesn't end here. Let's push it further. Okay, we still have a lot of information. Okay, let's go back here. Let's go back here now. Okay, once we are here, okay, let me do it the right way. Let me not test this because this might some sort of take us to a different direction. Okay, so what we can do now, okay, when we are here, okay, let's say we were fetching, and then after we are done fetching, we had dot then, okay, and then we got into this function, we got a result. So what we can do, we can bounce back the result that we got. As you can see, we are just returning it. It's more like we are kicking it back, and then we are going to continue with our method. Okay, the chained method. We had this method, chain this one, and dot then again. Okay, then again for the second time. Okay, it's like we are diving deep in time. Okay, then again for the second time, and then let's say now we are going to create the same arrow function. Okay, the same arrow function, and we are going to get data. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what this data is. Let's console log it and see. Okay, let's go back here, and then let's refresh. Okay, okay, if you are learning something from here, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. And also, if you might want to contact me, I'm Matthew Msingati, from a designer and developer from South Africa. I am your friend. I'm here to help you. So I've got a 10-hour coaching course, which means you can take the course at your own convenient time for 10 hours at different times of the day. Whenever you're available, you can book me and you can ask me whatever that you want. Instead of a 30 video, just got like 30 videos, a course with 30 videos where you will only profit from it only 10%. Maybe the only video that made sense to you was the first video. This 10-hour coaching course, I don't really have something to teach you, if I can be honest. I need to understand your mental model, your mental makeup. Where do you come from and what do you want to do and where do you want to go? Do you want to learn coding for your own personal use, for solving your own problem, for employment and whatever? So based on that, I can help you and create videos which are tailor-made for you. Want to contact me? You can just click here, give me your name and your email, and then we will take it from there. If you might want to know what is a coaching course, you can click here, here, so that you can get details about their course. It's very important that as a front end, you understand the user interface design as well. It's not necessarily a requirement, but it has helped me to learn some job, because in new tech startup, I will tell them that I can design it and then code it, okay, which is speed up process. This is productivity. Okay, and then from then you can check here, I've got coded UI, okay, where I teach people how to design user interfaces using Figma. And these interfaces that I design here, I am coding them in this channel. Enough about that. Let's just go back here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. It looks like we are still having the same response. That is not much of a problem. Let's see. Okay, let me just quickly refresh. Okay, apologies about that. Let's just see. Okay, this is the fetch. From the fetch, we've got dot then, and then inside dot then, we are returning the result. This result, we are returning them, and then dot then, we are receiving data, and then we are console logging the data. Let's see, are we on the client? Use client? Yes, simply because if we are not in the client, this was not going to work. Let's just go back. Now I am expecting, let me just tell you, I am expecting the actual data. Okay, I am expecting the actual data, which is where is our endpoint? At least I'm expecting something meaningful closer to this one. Okay, that's my expectation. That's why now I was like trying to find out what might have happened. Okay, let's see. At least that's what I was expecting. Okay, it looks like we are console logging the same thing. Okay, cool beans, not a problem. Let's see. Okay, let me try this. Where is fetch? This is fetch. And then let me remove this here, this dot then. Okay, let me save it here. Okay, and then where does this then ends? Okay, this one. Okay, I just need to keep track of my then. Okay, maybe that might be the problem. I've got the first bracket here and it ends here. Okay, and then I've got another bracket here. Okay, and then it ends here. Okay, not a problem. If that seemingly, I don't know, for whatever reason, what can we do from here? The first thing that we can do, let's just let's see. Okay, not a problem. Now that we got the result, okay, let's just click then in the result. Let's see. Okay, not really. We are receiving the result, and then we are clicking dot then in the result. Okay, there is nothing. Okay, cool beans. Let's try this. Okay, now that my computer is low, I cannot really be sure what's going on. But what I'm going to do, instead of taking this fetch and putting it inside a variable, okay, I'm just going to execute this function as is. Okay, it's like I'm executing the function, so I am not putting it inside anything. Okay, so inside on the result, let me say result. Okay, let me just quickly check what is possible with this result, and my computer is a bit slow. Okay, let me just console log result.json. Okay, let's see if it's a function. Okay, let me first console log this, guys. Okay, let me first console log this. Okay, the result.json. Okay, let's see what we are going to get there. If we are having an error there, please don't mind about it. It's going to be a TypeScript error. Okay, let's go back, guys, and see. So what I'm going to do, guys, I can see that there's something very slow about my system. I have a choice but to find a way to communicate this message. After that, I will have to, what can I say? I will have to find a way of some sort of pausing the video and continuing when I have refreshed my system. Okay, now it's starting to affect me. Okay, let's go back here. As you can see, it looks like we are console logging the same thing, the previous one. Okay, not a problem, guys. That's not much of a problem. Let's see. Okay, from here, let's return the result. Okay, return results. Okay, we are returning this result. Okay, and then after that, let's say dot then. Okay, dot. Okay, I'm suppose we have dot then, and then we're going to receive data, and then from there, a function, and then console.log. Okay, and then let's log this data. Okay, and then let me save, make sure this is saved. I'm happy with this. Let's just look at it. I am fetching, and then from then I will get this, and then from then I will take this data and return it back so that I can have another chained method, which is dot then. I will then get the data from here, and then I will console log the data. This is supposed to work fine, but remember we are in development. A lot of things can happen. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will need to I don't know why my system is extremely slow. Maybe it's because of there is some sort of a video rendering in the background, but if this is not what we want, even if this is what we want, I will have to do something. As you can see, guys, it looks like I am displaying one and the same thing, so I just have to pause the video from here, and then I will just restart my system. Okay, my apologies for that, but we are going to continue, and I'm going to deliver high quality content. Thank you so much for understanding. Okay, guys, I am back. The system is faster now. I am happy with that. I'm just thinking, I was using the laptop without the charger. Okay, so it was not plugged. So the battery was 7%. So I'm just thinking that the computer, as the battery run lows, it finds means and way of becoming efficient, and maybe it will deactivate some certain things, and that affects the performance. That is my best assumption. Okay, I'm assuming that. Okay, guys, let's continue. So let's just refresh here and see. Okay, let's just refresh here and see. As you can see, guys, okay, if you remember, okay, if you remember, I said there is something that we need to take note of here, which is I myself even forgot. Okay, let's quickly go there. I think we were, where is the response? We were inside here, and I said to you, please take note of this JSON. Okay, this function, the JSON function. So what I just forgot is to use it, guys. My apologies for that. Okay, so when we get this result here, we just need to execute that JSON. As you can see, execute that JSON, and then here we are going to get the data, and we are going to use the data, console log the data. Let's just quickly go here. Okay, I wish this can refresh automatically. As you can see, it's refreshing. The reason why I want it to refresh without me refreshing it, I want us to see this data versus the data that will be here. Okay, but it looks like it's not showing us anything. Not a problem. Let me just refresh it. Okay, it's taking some time. Okay, let's just see what will be the difference. As you can see, guys, this is where we are now. I'm happy with this. Let me try to zoom in. Oh, okay, it only zooms in this. Okay, but not this. I don't know how to zoom in this part. So as you can see, guys, this is what we get. We get the message, we get the HTTP, and we get the status. Okay, let's just go here. As you can see now, what we are getting here, I just forgot to go to dog.api. So this looks like this one. Where is the data? Something that shows us. We just have to wait for this to load. Okay, We just have to wait for this to load. I must admit or think that I've got a slow internet. Okay, I think my internet is slow. Okay, I think my internet is slow, but it will show. Okay, so as you can see, guys, I want to go to the home page. This is what I want. Here, let me just wait for the information that will be here. Okay, and this image. So as you can see, guys, now we are getting console. We are getting the information that we want, guys. Okay, so that means we are getting there. Okay, I'm happy that you are learning. So now that we've got everything, okay, now that we've got everything out of this, now let's continue. After we get this information, what are we going to do about it? Okay, let's see what we can do. Now we are going to use another hook, okay, which is use state. Okay, it's more like use state is going to be more like a container for the URL variable. Let's continue, guys. Okay, so const URL image, okay, and set URL image is equal to use state. Okay, I apologize about that, is equal to use state from React. Okay, as you can see, guys, so what we are doing here, basically we are declaring a variable which is use state, and also we are declaring a function that we are going to use to save some data in this variable. So it's like we've got this container, and this is the means of saving data into this container, and that is it. Okay, so now now that we can fetch this data here. Okay, but obviously it's not the exact data that we want at this point in time, as you can see here. Okay, what we want from here, it's only the URL. This is what we want. Okay, so let's just quickly go here. Okay, on our API, let's see. As you can see, we've got message, and inside message we've got this. Okay, so let's just quickly try something. Data, let's say dot message. Okay, if we are getting an error here, please don't mind about that. It will be just TypeScript complaining. Okay, let's quickly try that. Let's refresh from here. Okay, now I am expecting only the URL. Okay, I'm expecting only the URL. As you can see, guys, this is the URL and this is the URL, the image URL. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, as you can see, so now what I want to do now, I want to use this URL. Okay, I want to use this URL. Okay, I want to use this URL and save it in URL. Okay, let's see. Set. Okay, we are using that function set data dot message. Okay, set data dot message. Let's remove this. Obviously, when we are saving data dot message here, nothing will happen in the actual UI and in the console. Nothing will happen because we have just saved this data and we didn't use it. So what I'm going to do, okay, when this first form loads, okay, when this page loads, okay, at the moment we haven't fetched data from the API, okay, or we are in the process of fetching that data. So meaning that here, this doesn't have the data that we want. Okay, so with use state, you can set the initial value, okay, to be null. Since we are using TypeScript, okay, we need to give this use state the data types. Okay, so this can be a string when we have managed to get this string from here, or it can be null, as you can see. So the data type here can be a string or it can be null. When can it be null? When we are busy fetching data from the API, this will have a null value. It will have a value of null initially, but when this process is finished, then it will have something. So let's quickly come here in the rendering. Okay, And then what we want to do, we are going to render something conditionally. We can open this block of code. Okay, and then we are going to ask first, is this image URL true? Okay, what does it mean when it's true? If it's not null, it's true. Okay, so we are going to use a ternary operator here. We need to ask, is this true? That's how we ask. It's like a short form of if else. If it's true, then display the URL. Okay, I want the URL here between this div. But if it's false, just display, let me just type here, loading. Okay, so when our page loads, the use state variable will be null, okay, up until we make the call from the API. And then when we are done with that, meaning that the fetch method will update based on what we are doing, that will update the use state variable. And then the use state variable will change from string, from null to string. And then that's where we want to display this URL inside here. So let's just quickly save and go back here. Okay, as you can see, guys, it starts by loading, even though it seems like it's fast. Okay, check here, as you can see, and then when it's done, it will show something. Okay, so I hope you do get that. Okay, now guys, let's continue. Okay, let's continue. This is some sort of the basic way, okay, of fetching data from the API. Obviously, this is for absolute beginners. Okay, so I'm just going to throw in some few things, okay, that I think they are very important when you are fetching data from the API. So what we have done so far, I have quickly short-circuited, okay, the whole process, just to give you the essence, okay, of what's going on here. As you can see, this works, okay, but programming is not about something that are working. Okay, it's about something that are efficient. Okay, it's about things that are efficient. The coordination of those things, yeah, they can work, but if they are not being well architectured, it becomes a problem. So we need to adhere to some good programming practices and a certain way of doing things. So now, whenever you use the fetch, okay, since it's going to rely on an external server, okay, now I'm going to introduce the async and await. Okay, so let me introduce the async and await. Okay, let's see. When you are going to await for something, okay, let's see. Okay, this fetch function, we need to await for it because it will deliver, or it will receive information sometime in the future. Okay, that means it will have to wait for the server. Okay, that means we need to await it. That's how it's being done, like the correct way. Okay, so let's just quickly do that. Let's just, okay, I can just type undo here and type await. Let's just type await here and see what it will say. My apologies about that. Okay, await. Okay, suppose we're having an error here. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see, await. Okay, I want to await this fetch call. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is the error that I was looking for. Await expression are only allowed within async function. Okay, so before you some sort of await, okay, meaning that you execute a function that is a promise, any function that is a promise that will return some data into the future, it will mean that it needs to be awaited. Okay, when we are using await, the keyword await, you need to wrap whatever that uses await in an async, okay, function. Okay, more about async now. Okay, now that at least we get the essence, okay, I'm just going to show you. So let's just create a function which is const fetch data. Okay, let's just try to use best practices. Now there is no need for this whole code to sit inside this what can I say, this use effect, okay, for creating a, let's say, a clean code, okay, so that we can only have some few things inside this. Let's declare this function outside. Okay, const fetch data. My apologies about that. Fetch data is equal to, this is a function. Okay, as you can see, guys, normal function, and it does exactly what we were doing before, as you can see. Let's see. Okay, I have not used this function. Now we are still having the same error that we had before. The await expressions are only allowed within an async. So let's make this function an async function. Okay, as you can see. Now let's talk about async function. Okay, with JavaScript, okay, it's a script, okay, being executed from one line to another. Okay, now what we are saying here, when those lines are being executed, once you reach this line of execution, the reason why we are telling the system or the what we call the debugger, okay, once we're telling the system, the executor, okay, of this instruction, when it reaches, let's say, line 12, okay, do not block there and wait for the data that, or from the, for the response into a server. Don't do that. Continue and render some of the things, which is, let's say, the UI. Render some of the things which are not dependent in this promise. Okay, continue. It's more like we are giving it permission to multitask. Okay, instead of having this block of code blocking everything from continuing, which is, as you can see, let's say our page will be blank for a couple of times, whereas there are some components or UI elements that don't depend on that fetch data. So this means that continue simultaneously and execute others while executing this. So this async means that inside an async, you will await for something. So meaning that once we hit this instruction number 12, the system will more like, let's say, multitask. It will continue and run other things and run this asynchronously, okay, meaning that it will run it in the background until it returns that data or until the promise is resolved. So what we can do now, we can take this function, okay, and go to here where we're fetching data. As you can see, we are doing the same thing, okay, but it's such that now we are calling this function. So let's just click here. Okay, did I execute? Yes. Okay, let's just go back here and then let me refresh. As you can see, guys, okay, the same thing is happening. When it's done, what's this? Okay, when it's done, as you can see, guys. So I think in terms of data fetching, we are done. And at this point in time, I am not going to, what can I say, display this image, or maybe for the sake of what can I say, validating or some sort of us being sure that we did what we want to do. Okay, let me just quickly display this in an image, also helping you to understand, okay, how it's done. Okay, let's see. So let's have an image component. Okay, let's have an image component. Okay, let's see. In fact, it's not going to be image. Let's try img. Okay, do we have an img component here? Let's see. Self-closing tag. Let's start from here. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's look for this tag img. I will quickly explain now what I'm doing. Must have an alt prop, meaningful text, string. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then cool result in lower. Don't mind about this error. I will explain now what it is. And then the image tag takes an src. Yeah, I think it takes an src, which is the source. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I need to render this here instead of rendering the URL itself, as you can see here. By the way, we can even press suppose when you press enter here, this works. As you can see, we can press enter here. Okay, so we are asking, is the URL ready? Okay, is it there? If it's there, render this image tag with which this source. Okay, if it's not, render loading. And then we are going to use this as the actual source of the image. My apologies about this. Let me put these brackets, okay, which are actual source of as the source of this image. Okay, so since we are in Next.js, okay, Next.js has got its own opinion on how to render images. That's why it's telling us that this could result in a slower whatever. So what Next.js wants us to use its own image tag. For instance, let's say here, to use its own image tag, okay, which we have to import from Next.js. Let's see. Okay, as you can see from next image, okay, and then it will tell us to supply the props. I'm not going to supply the props for now, but it wants us to use this image. This image tag, indeed, it's efficient in terms of loading images, okay, but now when we are using it, okay, it will give us some challenges on loading image from a different URL. Okay, it will mean that we will have an extra work if we can use next image. So the best thing we can do for the sake of this tutorial, let's just remove the next image. Let's just be comfortable with this warning. Okay, I've explained to you what it is. And then let me see on the actual raw image tag, do I have the width? Yes. Let me just put 200 here and the height of 200. Okay, and the height of 200. Okay, and the height of 200. Okay, still we are sitting with that warning. Let's just save and see as we are finalizing thing. As you can see, guys, okay, this is the image that we have. Okay, it's loading. I think this loads random images, so these images are supposed to change. Okay, as you can see, guys, they are some sort of changing. Okay, for the last time. Okay, as you can see, these images are changing. So I have just shown you how to fetch data. Okay, the skills and techniques that I have taught you, you are going to use them in the work environment. The work environment is exactly the same way as I have taught you, and even in terms of experience, there are always twists and turns. Okay, it's not like it's me putting some list of code and running it and it's working. Okay, look, whatever that we are selling you as content creators, fun, nice, exciting, beautiful UI, when you get into the work environment, you spend sleepless nights because you need to deliver. There is a lot of twists and turns and variation. So whatever that we've been doing here, it's very important. Now let's continue. What is the next step from here? The next step from here, I have decided to rearrange the course in such a way that I started with the practical aspect of it, okay? With the practical aspect, so that you can see in practice. I believe people learn better by some sort of doing, okay? So I started by doing so that I can hook you up, arouse your interest, wake your mental energy, okay? So that you can see, oh, okay, this is how things are done. And then now, following, I am going to back you up with theory, okay? Something that most students, they are not, they don't like it, if I can be honest, okay? But the reason why I'm backing this practicality with theory is because of, as I've said before, I don't want you to encounter the problem that I encountered when I'm in the interview, when I'm being asked deeply about data fetching. Okay, I want you to be able to stand on the panel of interview and explain in details what's going on. So The next step now, or the next video, is going to show you the theory aspect of it. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the board, into the whiteboard. I'm going to type there like a lecture. This means that I am giving you the technical aspect of it, which every coder or every YouTube developer can show you that. Even ChatGPT can give you that. Even Stack Overflow can give you that. Now, I am backing that theory or that practical with theory, okay, with concept. In this channel, I'm all about banning the concept, okay, to ban it into your mind, to some sort of push it in, okay, so that you can be a well-rounded developer, to quickly have solutions that are efficient, that can work, but at the same time, you can explain yourself. You can stand in a panel of other developers and say that I have an efficient way of fetching data from the API, and you will go on and give all your reason. The downside of learning from YouTube is that you only know that project. You cannot really come up with your own. So the reason why I'm teaching you this way, I want you to be a well-rounded developer. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Singati, the designer and developer, the hybrid, the best of both worlds, thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you might like to thank me, please just thank me by subscribing or sharing this information. I've got a 10-hour coaching course that can help you to upskill or to some sort of boost your career and where you are in terms of development. This is not only development, but even in terms of design, because when you are new in the industry, you can be favored by a new tech startup when you are semi-skilled, when you know how to edit things in Figma and code. This can also help you in your own side hustle. If somebody can give you a Figma file and ask you to develop from it, if you don't know Figma, how are you going to execute? You see, Figma skill is very important. This means that don't forget to also subscribe in my design channel, which is Coded UI. As you can see, we are sitting at 92 subscribers. At least let's push to 1,000. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Singati, you can so far download the course description here, and you can click here to contact me, giving you your name and email address. I will see you there. Otherwise, thank you so much. Let's continue. What up and welcome. I am Matthew Singati, the designer and developer. This is my YouTube channel, Coded Design, where I teach coding and user interface design. I decided to create an API crash course. Why I created this crash course? In trying to explain how to call an API or how to fetch data from an API using React or pure JavaScript or even Next.js, I've just noticed that the community is struggling, or it's difficult for it to get or to quickly understand how to fetch or how to communicate with an API. Upon thinking and trying to understand what might be the problem, I realized that students or coded design community, we really don't understand what an API is. We don't have a mental model, a clear picture of what is an API. Hence, we are finding it difficult to fetch data from an API or to use an API. So in this crash course, I'm going to give you all the basic concept of what an API is, so that when we get into Next.js, fetching data from an API, it can be easier for you to do it because you've got a picture of what an API is and also what are the rules and how it responds and all that thing. Okay, so without wasting time, let's just jump straight into it. Okay, what is an API, or what does API stands for? Okay, API is a short for application programming interface. Okay, these explanation or these words, application, programming, and interface, are going to serve as a foundation from which we are going to explain API. Okay, so as you can see, we've got application. Okay, what is an application? An application, it's any small instruction or step-by-step instruction that is going to be executed by a computer in trying to solve a problem. Okay. In this case, when we talk of a computer, we are not talking about what can I say, a laptop or a desktop. We are just basically talking about a CPU, okay, or a microchip, okay, a very small device. Okay, it might happen it doesn't look like this, but a very small device that is able to accept the input, which is computer instructions, and then it generates an output. So basically, when we talk about a small program portion of step-by-step instruction that are going to be executed by a computer, we don't necessarily mean a computer at home, which is a desktop or a laptop, but we just mean this microchip. Okay. So we are just defining it in a very general or a broader sense of it. So an application, it's those small programs, okay, written by us as the programmers. Okay. So these small programs will be fed into a computer, or let's say a CPU. They will go through the CPU, and the CPU is going to produce an output. Okay. Generally, we call an application a program, sometimes a computer program. So you get an essence. Any small step-by-step instruction that are going to be executed by a computer in trying to solve a problem, then we call that an application. Okay. Obviously, an application, it's built or it's made up of application components. Okay. What are the components of an application? Okay. Let's say this is an application. Okay. Let's say this is an application. Okay. Uh, two, two. Okay. Let's say this is an application. Okay. Let's say this is an application. So obviously this application, it's made up of components. Okay. And what are those components? An application is made up of, number one, a user interface, a business logic, and a database. Okay. Obviously we are keeping it simple here because we want to ban the concept. Banning the concept meaning that I want to give you some sort of a clear understanding of what's going on so that you can grasp the basic foundation of what an API is. So if we are talking of an application, okay, uh if we're talking of an application, okay, let's just say an app. We are talking of UI, the user interface. User interface, it's what you interact with. It's your buttons, it's all the things, the button, the input text boxes, everything, the list boxes, everything that you interact with, what you touch and what you see. Then we call that a user interface. Okay. And then we've got the business logic. Okay. Sometimes it's called the business class. Okay. So here, this is where the intelligence is. Okay. This is where the intelligence lies. Okay. It's all those if conditions and also functions and classes that have been planned carefully by the developers. Okay. So that the application can work perfectly and give us the desired output. Okay. This is the business logic. And then we need to store information. I think now the word IT, information technology, will start to make sense. Okay. Information technology, it's all about processing raw data into meaningful information so that we can make informed decision. Okay. So meaning that here now we have a database. Okay. A database. Okay, something more like a storehouse where we will store all the information. Okay, where we will store all the information. Okay, so we've got these three parts. Okay, this is part number one, part number two, and part number three. These make up an application. Okay, now let's continue. Okay, now let's go to step number three, application platforms. Okay, now we are getting closer into the essence of this crash course, which is the API as the key. Okay, let's say now we've got this application. Okay, what this application does, let's call this an invoicing system. Okay, okay, we've got our invoicing system. It's working fine and we are happy. Okay, we are singing Kumbaya. We are happy that our application is working, our invoicing system. Now let's talk about the application platform. Now we are asking ourselves, where is this application going to run? Let's say this stage was more like planning. Let's say it's not necessarily working, but we are done planning it. We are done with the planning. Okay. Now we are asking ourselves, where is this application going to run? Okay. Let's briefly talk about the possibilities. Okay. Possibility number one, it can be what? A web app. Okay. Can run on a browser. Okay. It can be a web app. Okay. The possibility number two, it can be a mobile app, which is it runs on our cell phones. Okay. Okay. Meaning that it runs on our cell phone. So meaning that it can be okay, can run on a computer. Okay, let's say this is my computer. Okay, with a little mouse there. Okay, and then this is a cell phone. Okay, sorry about that. This is our cell phone with all our buttons here. Okay, so as you can see, we've got two possibilities. Okay, it can run on the computer, on the browser, or it can run on a smartphone. Okay, now the question is, how are we going to make that happen? How are we going to make that possible? Okay, meaning that we can develop two applications. Okay, two apps, hire a lot of developers to develop two apps for us. The one that is going to a web app. Okay, a web app. Okay, guys, we're going to hire some guys who are going to create a web app for us, meaning that from the database, user interface, and everything, they can do everything that these guys did, meaning that duplicating what they did, but creating their own version that is going to suit the mobile app, meaning that in the end, let's say we are going to have two code bases, the one for the web and the one for the app. Okay, so meaning that if something goes wrong with the app, we need to, with the web app, we need to call the guys for the web app to fix it. If something goes wrong with the mobile app, we need to call this team. Okay, the mobile app team to fix it. And also, if there's an update on the mobile side of, on the web side of thing, obviously these must be some sort of a mirror image of the other. They might feel the same and function the same. So if we update something on the web app, we also need to update something on the mobile app. As you can see that number one, there is some sort of redundancy. Okay, we've got two code bases, an app for a mobile app, and also we've got an app specifically for cell phones. Okay, so now let's introduce API as a solution to this so that we can have one code base, okay, that will cater or that will suit some sort of different platform, application platform. Okay, at the moment, please be some sort of advised that this doesn't mean we've got a hybrid. Okay, this doesn't mean we've got a piece of technology which is like React that can run on, let's say, on a web and also on a mobile device. This is not the case. Okay, but this just means that we need to structure our code in such a way that we just pull the data from one code base. Okay, once we get the data, we rearrange it in some sort of locally on a device, okay, using a certain piece of technology, and also we rearrange it on a web using a certain piece of technology. Okay, now let's just create a new page somewhere here. Okay, so that we can get into details as to how does the API solve this problem for us. Okay, so as we know now that we are having a problem of two code bases, okay, the one for the web and the one for the app. Okay, now let's introduce the API to solve the problem. Okay, let's introduce the API to solve the problem. Okay, now as we introduce the API to solve the problem, let's also introduce a concept, a good programming practice, something called solid. Okay, the solid principles. Okay, which will help us to understand why things are done this way. Okay, the solid principle is some sort of a good programming practice or a standard to follow, which is we only gonna talk about the S and the O. Okay, which is the S in the solid stands for single responsibility. Okay, this is a single responsibility. Okay, and then meaning that a module or a function or a class in an application needs to do one thing and one thing only. It's more like it encourages, let's say, if we're talking about the context of human beings in the workforce, it encourages employees to be some sort of specialist. Okay, you need to be a specialist. We must know you for maybe for being a mechanic, or let's talk about doctors. Okay, we must know you as a dentist, meaning that you specialize with teeth and all those things. Okay, and also there must be a doctor for the heart. Okay, and also there might be an eye doctor, ear, and so forth. Okay, so the single responsibility principle encourages that sort of arrangement. Okay, meaning that it creates some sort of a network of independent specialists, okay, which they are self-contained, meaning that they are just themselves. They can work well independently. In case of doctors, they can open their own surgery, or they can work for in a government hospital. Okay, this is a group of specialists, but these guys, they work hand in hand. Okay, in a system. Let's say this system, it's a government hospital. Okay, there's a relationship between these guys and the hospital. Okay, so when you go to the hospital, okay, you are not aware, okay, because you just want help. You are not aware of all the independent doctors. Okay, you are not aware of that, and also the relationship on how the hospital call these doctors and make appointments. In your own mind, you think that these people are, let's say, full-time employees. Okay, what you know is that you will find the doctor in the government hospital. Okay, you don't know that maybe at 2 o'clock this guy is not here, he's working in his own private place, okay, somewhere there. So as soon as you get to the hospital, you get the doctor. Okay, so the single responsibility principle um uh favors a loosely coupled type or sort of an architecture, whether is in coding, in functions, in application, but it promotes that you must have independent functions, okay? Independent functions, okay? That can be reused. For instance, if this doctor has a problem, okay, the other people in the hospital, they are not aware of that, okay? They need not to be aware of that, okay? Meaning that these guys here, they are not aware of that. What we can do, we can swipe, okay, this doctor with the other doctor, okay? We can take another doctor and swipe this doctor, okay? As you can see now, once this part has got a problem, we don't fix the whole entire system, and these guys, they are not affected. Okay, as you can see, they are happy, they're smiling because everything is working well for them. They get paid at the end of the month, and sometimes they go and do their own things. Okay, so this type of an arrangement makes it easy. It's easier to fix a certain part of the system that doesn't work, and also it doesn't affect the entire system. So the solid principle promotes that kind of an environment. Let's just quickly talk about the O, also the open close principle. Okay, now that we've got this loosely type of an architecture, not the one that is coupled together where you only see the government hospital and everyone works for the government hospital. If one doctor is not here, meaning that we are all stuck somewhere. Okay, and also we've got a lot of doctors here that we are paying, but they only solve one problem once a month. Okay, as you can see that this is not going to be efficient. Okay, with that being said, now we've got number 2, or the alphabet O, which is for open close. Okay, this one is for single responsibility. This one is for open close principle. Okay, I understand it looks like a contradiction, open and close. Okay, but however, this means that, okay, this perfect system, okay, it needs to be open for changes. For instance, let's say we've got another branch here. Okay, this branch needs to be open for changes, for it needs to be open for modification. Okay, as you can see that we can fit another doctor here. Okay, let's say this doctor, it's coming outside of the country. It's an international doctor. That's why we've got this red line here. It's not like a normal doctor like this one. So as you can see, this system fits like local doctors, okay, like doctors for from the country. Okay, but however, sometimes we've got international doctors that come and visit us or work for us. Okay, so we need to design a system in such a way that it's not closed like these ones. Okay, we need to design the system in such a way that it's open for international doctors. Okay, when we need them. Okay, let's say we've got an international doctor here. Okay, now he's here for a certain period of time in the country, then we can hire that doctor to do something that we don't specialize in. Okay, as you can see, the reason why this part is open, okay, this is this O for open. Okay, it's open, meaning that it must be open for modification, meaning that it must be closed for it must be open for extension. Sorry, okay, let me just write this. Okay, it's open for extension, for extending the system, because extension, it's something that we are not sure when is it going to happen. Okay, as we don't know when is this doctor going to visit our country, or when are we going to have a a patient that needs this doctor. So this is open for extension, for extending the system. Okay, but the system must be closed for modification. Okay, meaning that when this doctor comes, we don't have to go to the hospital. Okay, report into the system hospital and have a list of all the things that needs to be changed, meaning that now that this doctor accepts what can I say, foreign currencies, meaning that we have to go into our HR system. We have to dive deep into currencies, and as if we're not aware of the problem, okay, converting rands to dollars, okay, let's say. And also now we need also to take into account that this person will speak a different language, and everything that comes with integrating an international doctor into the system. This means that if we don't apply the open close principle, okay, it will mean that as soon as we receive an international doctor, it will mean we have to go to the system and change it, okay, modify it. This is a problem because once we start to modify this system, we might get a lot of bugs, okay, we must get a lot of problems here, a lot of errors, okay. Just to put this into perspective, maybe in your own country or where you are, you might have heard of a system when it's down. It happened in government officials, it happened in banks, also it happens in applications that you are using, maybe even the popular ones um like Chrome and Mozilla Firefox or whatever browser that we are using. So this means that there is an error or a bug in that system. That's why it crashes, or the system is slow. So meaning that the programmer's duty is to keep these bugs at a respectable distance. We are running away from these errors as much as we can. Hence, we are applying a strategy where we're saying that this has to be open for extension, but it must be closed for modification. If this system works, we don't want to keep on going here modifying it. If this part works, if there's something wrong, let's go here. Okay, let's fix here. So that is the open close principle. Okay, so the API, okay, it's like indirectly, even though you are not going to hear somebody saying that an API it's an implementation of Solid, okay, because remember, Solid doesn't reinforce that it must be applied, okay. You can apply it anywhere. To be honest, you can even apply it in your real life, yeah, okay. So meaning that the API in this application comes some sort of as a way in which we are trying to apply this single responsibility and the open close, okay. So meaning that now in that application that we talk about on the previous page, okay, that we've talked about in the previous page, okay, we've talked about the UI, okay, we've talked about the database. We've talked about, we have mentioned the business logic. Okay, but we didn't mention the API. We didn't mention the API. Okay, because during that time we were thinking that it's only going to be a web app, of which that is not the case. Okay, so now let's get to the API as a solution. Okay, so now as this is an application, okay, as this is an application, now we are not going to write all other parts. We are only going to write the API. Okay, the API here. Okay, we only got an API. So this app, okay, step number one, this app or this code base, okay, let's say this code base, okay, needs to expose, let me write this. Number one, this code base needs to expose, okay, functionality. Okay, this code base now needs to expose certain functionalities, okay, meaning that if there is a visitor, okay, if we are having a visitor asking us something, okay, we must be able to give this visitor an answer, okay, without making changes here, okay, without, let's say, in case of the bank, okay, somebody is here and they're asking the teller, how much do I have in my bank account? Okay, the teller is supposed to be able to answer that without going to a senior management with an account number, asking them, and then the senior management said, no, this person doesn't belong in this branch, they belong in a different branch, so call that branch and ask them. So as you can see that this is not efficient, because now these guys are starting to act as if they didn't know, okay, meaning that there is no API, a system that has been arranged in such a way that we expose certain functionality or certain data, okay, we expose certain data. This might be balances, this might be withdrawals when somebody want to withdraw. This might be loans. This might be things relating to an account if we're talking about the bank industry as an example. So when this visitor comes to ask us something, we must be able to give him an answer, okay, instantly. As you can see, we must be able to give him the answer, because that answer has already been here, okay, has been supplied, or it has been exposed by an API as balances. So if this person asks the cashier about the balance, the cashier can be able to respond. Okay, as you can see, an API here exposes functionality. Okay, what is the other thing that the API does? Number two, this API exposes, okay, data. Okay, it exposes data. As you can see, when they get the balance, that balance, it's information, okay, meaning that we must know the account number that needs the balance. Okay, we need to know the name of the account, the name associated with the account number. We need to know the ID associated with the account number, so that we can verify what this person against the database, okay, which is the database will be here, okay, to see if we are giving this information to the right person. And then also, obviously, we've got the amount, okay, maybe this person has got 6 rand into their account. Okay, so the API is there in the entire system to expose functionality, okay, publicly, okay, and then also to expose the data. Okay, how does this solve the previous problems? This then means, okay, working on the S for single responsibility. Now we are going to have our application, okay, our application that through this part called API, okay, through this part called API. Okay, let's see if I can erase this. Okay, undo it, erases everything. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, erases everything. That's fine. Okay, let's see what I can. Okay, so now we can have the application. Okay, as you can see, this application will have this open door. Okay, and this open door, it's an API to expose the information so that it can be readily available without getting here and making some changes. Okay, so that's how this relates to the solid principle. Okay, the open close principle. Okay, meaning that now this API helps us to some sort of be able to answer some external agents, okay, who might ask us something, or some others, they might ask us to do some certain calculations for them. Okay, we've got an app that is there that has one duty, okay, which is it has got a certain group of instructions. As you can see now, we have eliminated, let me just change the color, we have eliminated now the UI. We've taken the UI out of this because it was too much work for this application to do. Where is this application going to run? at the moment, please think of a server. It's online. Okay. Cloud computing. Think of a server. This application is online. Okay. So we have taken out the UI. Okay. And also we have taken out the database. Okay. Taken out the database. Okay. The API talks to the database. Now we've got a relationship between the API and the database, but the API now it's not a database. As you can see here, they were inside one thing, but as you can see here, the database is outside. Okay, the database is outside, and the API is some sort of sitting there alone. Okay, the API talks to the database, yes, but it's not a database. These things are not coupled together, just like here. Okay. So as you can see now, we've got this API. It does one thing. It's just an API. It exposes some functionality and some information for the external agents when they want to ask us something. Then we can be able to answer them. Okay, as you can see, what we have done indirectly, number one, our architecture is loosely coupled. We've got the UI. At the moment, we have not implemented it, but we don't really, not necessarily we don't care about it, but it's not coupled here. Okay, and also we've got the database. Okay, we've got the database sitting there on a different place, and then we've got the API. Okay, the API now is just conscious of being an API only. It doesn't have to know much about the database. The database might change, might be substituted by the other one, but the API is not aware of it. That's single responsibility. It's only aware of the things that have got something to do with the API. It's not even aware of the user interface. The user interface might be different. It's not aware of it. Okay. So what's the possibility that comes with this paradigm or certain way of thinking? Okay. Let's continue. Let's take it further. Okay. So this certain way of thinking, okay, brings us to an API. Now let's talk about the API. Okay. Bring us to an API as something that exposes functions. Okay. Let's also repeat that, exposes functionality. Okay. What type of functionality? Let's say we've got a method with the name getBalance. So, okay, let me just change the color. Okay, we've got a method getBalance here. Okay. Okay, this is a method getBalance which is being exposed by this API. Okay, so this API, okay, this API now, since we've talked of the application, okay, since we have talked of the application environment, where is the application going to live? Now, as you can see, we've got a possibility where we can have one API or some sort of one code base, okay? This one. But it can be used by a desktop. Let me try to draw a laptop, okay? Nice. Very nice HP there. Look at those drawing skills. Okay? So meaning that this code, which is just for the sake of explaining, let's say this code is JavaScript. Okay, so this JavaScript code can ask for something from the API, and the API will expose that information to this JavaScript. Okay, and then let's say we've got the mobile app here. Okay, and this mobile app, it's Apple. Okay, it's an iPhone. Okay, Apple based, that means it's an iPhone. Okay, And then obviously the language here, let's just say it's Objective-C. Okay, Objective-C. This Objective-C can also ask for something here on the API. The API will give this platform the information. Okay, so when this web asks for information, it displays the information in the entire screen. This is the same balance that we get here. Okay, let's say the balance is 6 rand. Okay, it displays the 6 rand here. But the mobile, it's the screen is too small. Okay, so it can't fill the entire page. Let's say there are some other things that it must display here, so it will take that 6 rand and display it here. Okay, and then it will display other things here. Let's say, as you can see, this is platform A and this is platform B. But platform A and platform B, they are both getting information from the API. Okay, they are different platforms. As you can see, this is a laptop and this is a mobile phone. Okay, also here in the mobile phone, we also got an Android. Okay, here. Okay, and then here the language is Kotlin. Okay, the language here is Kotlin or it's Java. Okay, then also this Android phone can still ask for something from the API, and the API will give the same information. The Android displays the information in black, as you can see, 6 rand. Okay, so this is how the API comes to rescue. Now we've got different platforms. It's not like before where we must have a code for the website, everything here. And then we code the same code for Android, we code the same code for Apple or whatever. So now this code here, this code base, it's some sort of, let's say, platform independent. Okay, so what the API does, okay, or this is possible because there is a piece of code called application programming interface that exposes functionality and functions and the data. Okay, now let's just take this further. Okay, go back to the terms again. We have number one, defined the application as a computer program. Okay, application programming. Okay, we know the concept of programming. Okay, we don't have a problem with that. Now let's get into interface. Okay, as you can see now, this can now look like, okay, we've got this laptop here, we've got this smartphone here, Apple, and we've got this smartphone here. Okay, now there is a wall here, which is an interface, an intermediary between these devices and the code base. Okay, and this intermediary, this interface, okay, it's the API, application programming interface. Okay, it's here to some sort of bring a universal language between the code base, okay, and these devices, or any other person that might want to query or get help from the code base. So do you get the idea of interface? Okay, meaning that if this guy, the application, the API is talking to different people in different ways, okay, even in different languages, as you can see, maybe here on the back end we've got PHP, but this PHP is talking to JavaScript, it's talking to Objective-C, also it's talking to Java, maybe sometimes Kotlin. There must be something that is going to some sort of be one language, or if it's not a language, some sort of a structure that all these devices and all these pieces of technology will understand. And what that is, let's go to the next page, and that is a JSON. Okay. Okay. I think this stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Okay, so meaning that now let's just go draw a simple diagram. Okay, we've got our code base here, our classes, our intelligence, or whatever. This is the code base. Okay, but this code base is written in PHP. Okay, this code base needs to have or uh, needs to talk to an API so that it can communicate with some other devices, other external agents, and whoever wants help from the code base, okay, through this API. Let me just change the color. Okay, talks to the API. Okay, so the API talks to the code base, and the code base talks to the API. Okay, and then the API will take whatever that it gets from the code base. Okay, and rearranges it or displays it in form of a universal data structure. Let's say, even though the word data structure is not used in computer programming, okay, because it might mean something different, but now just get it as a structure and data structure. Okay, so, and that data structure, it's a JSON. Okay, now as you can see, things are starting to be uniform. Okay, so whenever you are calling an API will bring back a JSON structure of a data. Most cases, or we call it a JSON string. Okay. Different technologies. Let me say Java. Let me say JavaScript. Let me say um, ASP.NET. Let's say, or whatever. Okay, pure Java straight. Okay, so these guys, even if maybe there's PHP here, that can work. So these guys, they can convert in their own ways the JSON string into an object that they can use. Okay, so now whenever we talk of a JSON string or a JSON object, always think of a collection. Okay, because this data is coming always as a collection. It's more like a group of data. So, meaning that you have to unpack the data and look at it one by one. Okay. So, think of it as a collection. Okay. That means when we are fetching data from an API, always have a collection in mind that this is the response that you are going to get. You are getting this response as a JSON string, okay? Some sort of a bundle of things inside, okay? Arranged in a certain way. We're going to talk about that, okay? And then these guys here, okay, these different guys will receive the JSON string, okay? They have to convert the JSON string, okay? Let's say they have to convert the JSON string into their own. For now, I'm just going to borrow the term native JSON object. Okay. Once it's an object, okay, so meaning that this happens in all of these different type of technologies. Okay. Once this happens, Now this becomes alive. This string, these words becomes an object. Okay. Now let's just draw it as with rounded corners so that we can have that feeling of now it's an object and also the color is red. Okay. Okay. As you can see here, it was more like squares. Now everything, it's more like it has got rounded corners because now this is an object. Okay. What does that mean? Meaning that we have to take this JSON object and loop through it, or we have to unpack it and look at each and every piece of it. Okay, each and every piece of it, so that we can extract these one by one and do whatever that we want to do with them. Okay. Okay, now let's draw the same thing, but now getting it closer and closer to some sort of reality, and use terms that you will encounter when you are working with API. Okay, now let's talk about communication through the web. Okay, so now we've got an API. Now we are very close to the actual thing. You've got an API. Okay, this is an API. This API must have an endpoint. Okay, it must have an endpoint. Okay, let's say we said before this is going to be an invoicing system. Okay, this is our URL. Let me write this endpoint here. Okay, which is www dot is for invoicing system. Okay, / API, because we want to get into the API, / balances. Okay, or balance. We call this an endpoint. Okay, an endpoint. Okay, this is the server side. Okay, let's say we are having a laptop. It's you connected to your laptop at home. You want to know your balances. You want to get this 6 rand sitting here in a database. Okay, we've got 6 rand here, South African rand, in a database. Okay, and the database talks to an API. The database talks to an API. You want to get this 6 rand through this endpoint. Okay, meaning that as a laptop, okay, as a laptop, you have to make an HTTP request. You have to make a request. This is G. Okay, you have to make a request. And this request is an HTTP request. Okay, meaning that when you are making a request, you need to send some information. Okay, it's like when you want to marry someone as a man, when you want to marry a woman. I'm not sure if this varies from culture to culture, but in our African culture, okay, as a Xhosa guy, I'm a Xhosa guy. Okay, when you want to marry a woman, okay, you need to send the elders. Okay, people who are going to speak in your own behalf. Okay, negotiate. Okay, when you are sending those elders, okay, you need to have some information. Information number one, which girl, the name of the girl, because in that family you might have a lot of girls there. So if your elders come there and say we want Natasha, and those guys say we don't know Natasha, it becomes a problem. Okay, so you must have the name. Okay, it might be an dare to have a mental picture of how she looks so that your elders might not bring the wrong girl. Okay. Also, this is when they are there already. Okay. You need to give them some address. Okay. Let's say it's 6502 what street. Okay. Okay. Now they need to know how long have you guys been dating? Okay. How long? How do you know each other? They need to have some sort of a context of what's going on, because that family will say your boy has been maybe dating our girl for 20 years, of which that's too much. Okay. Or maybe it's only 2 days. So we can't give you our girl because we don't know the guy better. So the what I'm trying to say here is that whenever your elders are going there to request this woman that you love, they must have information. Okay. And in most cases, when they get there into that house, this information is hidden. It's not written in their face. It's not like they go there presenting a big billboard with all this information. No, this is information for them to use. But when they are there, similar to this HTTP request, okay, you need to send some certain data, okay, certain data. This is the data that we are going to send. Let me give you an example. Okay, what type of a request is it? Is it going to be a post or is it going to be a get? Okay, a get request. Okay, are you getting this information based by a specific user, or you are requesting it like for all users? That's the type of information. However, I've talked of this of invisibility here, that this information is not, some of the information is not visible. Okay, let's put that into context. Okay, the HTTP engine. Okay, this is an HTTP request. Okay, it will also put some of the information with this bundle. Okay, this is the information that you as a developer, you are not aware of. Okay, it's how this technology communicates with the API or the HTTP request technology. Okay, then you take this information, you present it to the API. Okay, let's say this is you asking for something, this is your request. Okay, hitting this endpoint, let's say this is the door. Okay, you are hitting this endpoint, but you are hitting it with some information. Okay, I think my orientation here is wrong. The reason why this is due, it's simply because as I'm presenting to you, my head is more like this. Okay, it's more like this, it's slanted. So even when I'm writing like this. My apologies for that. So let me fix my head to be straight so that I can write proper. Okay, so you are hitting this endpoint with the information that you have. Okay, some of the information as a developer, you are conscious about it, you are aware of it, but some of it, it's hidden. It's for you to understand. Okay, to understand but not to use. It's for the HTTP request to use. I don't want to completely say it's none of your business. It's important that you know these concepts. Okay, for instance, what type of information that you might not be aware of. Okay, sometimes when we are making a request, you don't really specify the headers. Okay, there's some sort of things which are called the headers. Okay, so some of the things you don't really specify in details. Maybe the framework or the language that you are using might help you with some of those things. Okay, so the same way, okay, the same way in which you did here, preparing all the information, some of the information you see, some of the information you don't see, this endpoint will respond. This is called a response. These terms are very important. Okay, let me choose any color. Okay, this endpoint will respond. Okay, okay, we've talked of a request. Now the endpoint is responding. Okay, the endpoint is responding. So when the endpoint responds, it responds with some sort of a data that you are going to see, but at the same time, it's going to respond with a data that you are not going to see. It's for you to understand as a developer, but sometimes not for you to use. It's for you to understand. Okay, it's important that you understand the concept, because when you are in the interview, they will ask you the concept. They want to see that you understand how data is being transferred from through the HTTP request or on the internet. Okay, as you can see, we've got request. Let me just make some marks. Okay, green marks. Okay, we've got a request. This term is important. We've got a request. Okay. We've got an HTTP request. It's important that you put it into your memory, commit into your memory. It's an HTTP request because it's through the internet. Okay. It's a certain protocol. Okay. And then it's important you understand that this is an endpoint. Okay. Okay. This is in a server. This is an API, application programming interface. Okay. This is an endpoint. Okay. This is a type of an endpoint. Okay. This is a URL. Okay. This one just some sort of look at the syntax, how it is. This is a domain name. This is a folder. And this is maybe this might be a function or just some sort of an identifier of just to identify what are you actually looking for. Are you looking for balances? Maybe if you hit balances, a certain function will be executed and it will return whatever. Okay, so I hope you got those terms. Okay, and then let's go back to JavaScript. Okay, let me change the color there. Let's go back to JavaScript. So now we are back to JavaScript. Okay. Remember what we said before. In this information, some of it you can see, as I have told you, this one and this one, something that is more like visible or it makes sense to you. Okay. Some of it doesn't really make sense to you. Okay. So this one first is going to be the JSON string. JSON string. Okay. The one that needs to be converted. But remember, it's inside a package also. So there's a lot of things going on here. Okay. So it's a JSON string. And then the other one, it's what can I say? It's a status. Okay. This is important. This one, it's a status. Okay. Why a status? It gives you an idea. This is a term that you must memorize. It gives you an idea of, was your response successful? Okay. Like for instance, if you submit, submit a request to an endpoint that doesn't exist. Obviously, in your status, there will be a certain code. Okay. Okay. Here, let me just type a status code. Let's say, let me say this is a status code. Okay. So you will receive different code based on what's going on. For instance, if the status code it's 200, okay, let me draw a smiling face here, okay, so that I can bend this into your brain, okay. If the status code is 200, okay, that means everything went well. Okay, this is me here. If you are wondering how I look like, okay, this is not actually me, but happiness and smiling, it's me. Okay, if the status code is 200, everything went fine. If the status code is 400, something is wrong. Okay, you have a duty to go and research about the server status code or server code. Okay, this is not me because this guy is not smiling. Okay, as you can see, His ears are a little bit down and ugly. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so as I was saying, as I was saying, this is what you are. This is the response. Let's call all of this the response. Let's call all of this the response. Okay, in this response, in it, there is a JSON string, there is a status code, and there is a lot of things that you don't see as a developer. Okay, so now once you receive the response in whatever language that you are using, you need to convert. Let's start by extracting, converting, because sometimes this extracting and converting happens in the same code. But just for the sake of clarity, okay, for the sake of explaining to you, let's say you first extract, okay, because I want to explain it clear to you, okay. In this package called response, because this is not the data that you can work with immediately, you need to extract the JSON string, okay, this object. Okay, that means after you extract it, you will have to convert it. Okay, you are converting it into a native object that this language understands so that you can loop through it. Okay, this is my symbol for looping. Okay, that means you are looping through it. Okay, so you extract it and then you convert it into an object that you can use. Okay, and also sometimes you want to know what was the response. That will mean you also have, you also, as step number three, you also have to extract the status code. Okay, if it's 200, kumbaya. If it's 400, something is wrong. Okay, at some point there is some sort of a string here. I think it's just the status, which is it's not true or false. I think it's okay. If the status is okay or something like that, that means everything went well. You can display whatever message. Okay, now let me just give you an idea of the data that you get from this JSON before I continue. Okay, so the data that might be like that you might get, it's from the database, from a database table. Okay, now I need to erase. I hope you have taken some notes. Okay, so I will have to erase. Okay, I need some space here. Okay, I think this will be fine. Okay, so we have a table here from the database. So this is the information that you are getting. Okay, we have the account number, we have the account holder, AH, we have the amount in that account. Okay, and that's it for now. Okay, let's say the account type is a check or saving. Okay, so this is the information that you are getting. Okay, it has been pulled by an API from the database because they work hand in hand. Okay, now it's going to be something like this. The account number, it's 001. The account name, it's Matt, which is me. Okay, the amount, let me just say a million. Okay, and look at how intelligent am I. I'm gonna write a million like 1M. Okay, because I'm intelligent, I'm smart. Okay, and then the type of account, it's a check account. Okay, and then this information will be brought to you as a JSON object. So it will be, let me just open these curly braces and close it. Okay, it will be here. Guys, that's about it. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. If you feel like this has added value into your overall understanding of API, okay, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. We are going to get this information from the API. Okay. Obviously, okay, let me just check. Let me just check. Okay. This is some sort of a code snippet. Okay. This is a code snippet for Axios. Okay. So let's just try it, guys. Okay. I've just registered a new account here. Obviously, there are some API keys that I'm not sure if I have to hide them or not. I'm really not sure, but I will try to hide them. Okay. Let's see. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to fetch this information from the API. Okay. This information. Okay. This information. It's my first time to use this API. I'm hoping it's going to supply me with a picture and what can I say? And what can I say? And the description and the whole movie information. Okay. Let's continue and do that. As you can see, since we already got Axios here, okay, let's just continue and copy and paste this. Okay. So let's just go to, okay, I didn't want to copy the code. Let's just go to Axios install. Okay, I think it's supposed to be npm Axios. Okay, Axios, it's a package for data fetching. Okay, for making API calls. Okay, let's see. Okay, npm Axios. Let's do that. Okay, that means if we want to install that, do I have to stop this terminal? Let's just create a new one, because if I stop it, Android will take time to run again. So let's just npm Axios and click enter. So we are installing Axios. Okay, it's installing. And then let's see which component is going to fetch data from the API. Okay, let's see. I think it's the is it the movie card? No. Okay, the movie card, it's more like let me show you. It's this card. Okay, so this card, instead of this picture being hard coded, okay, instead of this picture being hard coded, it must receive this picture from the API, the name, the stars, if we have the stars on that API, and everything from the API. So meaning that this is just a container. So this component, this page, it's responsible for looping or for rendering a list of these. Okay, I hope you get that one. So meaning that let's change this component to be a dynamic component so that it can receive this information from the API. Okay, so what we are going to do, let me check if we are done with Axios. Okay, Axios has been installed. First of all, let's make this component a dynamic component. For now, what I'm going to do, this component is movie card, right? Yes. Now let's receive a parameter. Okay, let's receive a prop. Let's receive a prop. Okay, the prop is going to be title. Okay, let's type it because we're using TypeScript. The title is going to be a string. Okay, I'm happy with that. Meaning that instead of rendering a hard-coded title, which is this one, we are going to render the title that we are going to receive, which is this one. It means that on a client code, which is the code that is calling this component, we need to pass this title. Okay, excuse me, my apologies. As you can see, now we need to pass this title. Sorry, let me just say Matthew. Save. This is wrong. This is supposed to be Matthew. Movie card. I'm passing as a title, Matthew as a prop, and then on movie card, I'm receiving, this is movie what? Movie heading. I don't want this. Okay, I don't think I've saved this one. Okay, as you can see, let me save it. Now we've got Matthew. Okay, so meaning that this prop now doesn't come from, it's not being hard coded. Okay, it's coming from, okay, it's coming from the parent page. Okay, which is the parent page, its index. That's step number one. Step number two, what we want to do when we are loading this page, okay, the page index, we need to fetch data from the API. Okay, and then let's do that first. Okay, so in React, when you want to some sort of imitate a form load event, meaning that something that needs to be performed when the form load, then you need to use a useEffect hook. Okay, let's go here and useEffect hook. Okay, useEffect hook. Okay, is it automatically imported? Yes. Okay, and then what we want to say here, okay, we need to pass an empty array here. Okay, what does this mean? This just means that this instruction will always be performed when this form is loading. Okay, can we do a console log, or let's say console console dot one? Okay, so that you can have an idea of what we are doing. Okay, let me say loading, because you can see loading. So when this refreshes, this will, this instruction will be executed. This empty bracket, it means that only when it's loading. That means this is going to be executed once. Okay, this means that when this screen loads, we want to fetch data from the API and then display it here. Let's simulate that. Okay, so let's say here we are fetching this data from the API, but how do we take this data and pass it to this component? We need to use another hook, which is use state. Okay, let me say const. Okay, const, let me say title, comma, set title is equal to use state. Okay, initially the title is going to be no title. That's the initial value. But once this load, we need to use this function. Okay, we need to use this function and set the value of this title to, let's say, I'm not sure, Matthew, movies. Okay, that means when this form loads, we are automatically setting this value using this function to, it will change from no title to what? To movies. Now let's take this variable and pass it here. Instead of passing this string, let's pass that value. Okay, as you can see, now it's movies. Where is this moving coming from? Movies is coming from, it's coming from here. What if we cannot change the default one? No title. Okay, my apologies about that. My sincere apologies about that. Let's continue, guys. Okay, as you can see, if we didn't change, the default is going to be no title, but when we load, it's going to be title. Now, when we are here, we need to fetch information from the API. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me set up this. We've already installed Axios. Let me copy this code from these guys. Okay, so that it can be visible. Let's copy this code. Okay, Let's copy this code. Okay, let me copy it. I'm done copying it. And then what we are going to do, obviously this is not the best programming practices. There is some sort of a different way in which this could be done, meaning that we take the function that does the API call, we put it alone so that we can reuse it. But for now, we are just going to use it here. So meaning that here we are fetching, as you can see, const Axios require Axios. Okay. Let's check if obviously we need to import Axios, not require. Okay, because we are in React.js. Instead of requiring it here, we are not on Node. Let's say okay, let's import Axios. Okay, Axios. Which one? I think it's this one. Small letter, capital letter. Let me just choose this one. Import Axios from Axios. Okay, if it doesn't work, we will change. Okay, that means we can use Axios. And then const await, meaning that when you are using await, you need to some sort of create an async function, because await always work in an async function. That's not a problem. Where we are inside a hook. Is that the case? Where is my use effect hook? Where am I? I'm on index. This is use effect hook. Okay. And my question is, okay. Okay. I think something happened here which I really didn't mean to do. Okay. What's going on here? Sorry guys for being lost. I only imported this and this was automatically, or maybe was this me who did it? Let me just undo. Okay. So what I did, I only imported Axios. Okay, it looks like there is a code that has been automatically added. Okay, where is this code coming from? Okay, let me just delete this code. I don't think I need it because I already have it here. Okay, I already have it here. Okay, now what I want to do when we use await, okay, so the idea here is that whenever you are fetching data from the API, okay, you are not sure how long is it going to take. So this await, it's more like something like that, okay? It's like you will wait up until you receive the data, but you can only wait inside an async function. So let's quickly do that. This code starts here and this try starts here and it ends here. Okay, let's copy all of this, cut it, and then let's create a function. Okay, const, let's say fetch data. Let's just be specific. Fetch movies. Fetch movies. Sorry, equal to. Okay. As you can see, this is just a normal function. Let's make it an async function. Okay. Now it's an async function. Then let's do what we want to do here. As you can see, we don't have squiggly lines, but it means that whenever this form loads, okay, this function is not being called. Let's call it here. Before we finish or before we close it here, let's call it here. I'm not going to click save because this information is wrong. Okay, I'm not sure if this is my own API keys or what. I'm not sure. So I'm going to pause the video and verify if is this my own API keys. If it might happen this is my API key, that will mean that as soon as I'm done with this tutorial, I have to go and delete this account because maybe people have got access to this API key and they might do whatever. Okay, so so let me do that. Okay, if it happens that this is not my API key, what I'm going to do, I am going to create a variable, a constant, which is going to sit somewhere else, not here. And then I'm just going to bring these variables. Okay, I'm going to bring these values as variable so that you guys cannot see the API keys and wara wara. I hope you understand. So let me just pause and quickly do that. The only change that will be here is that here there will be a variable so that you cannot see the actual API key. That's the idea. In case this is already my API key, that means there's no need for me to some sort of do that because it's already publicly available. Okay, let me pause the video and quickly verify that. Okay, guys, I am back. It looks like this key, as you can see, this one, it's exactly this one. So there is no need for me to try to change things or something. Okay, I'm not sure where it has disappeared now. Okay, here is it. So there's no need for me to change things and whatever. Let me just continue with this one. So I'll just have to quickly delete this account. You can create your own account, free account, and use your own API keys. Okay, that means here we are set and good to go. This won't create an error because this is a valid API key. Let's just refresh. Okay, let me close this terminal where I was installing this. Okay, as you can see now, this has logged result. Where is this result coming from? It's coming from here. As you can see, this function that we've copied there, it logs the result. Okay, check I'm connected. Yes, now the result, it's an empty string, and that is a problem. Okay, and let me just quickly pause. Somebody is coming in. Okay, guys, my apology about that. Somebody was just quickly coming in. Okay, so now we are getting an empty array. This is a problem. Okay, so let's just quickly check. Okay, let's just quickly check. Okay, are we calling this function? Yes, we're calling this function, and then okay, these are the option. This is a get method. We are hitting this endpoint. Okay, isn't there any something like an ID? Okay, excuse me for that. Let's see. Rapid dot title dot series. Okay, maybe this is an ID. Okay, I'm just assuming, and then from then header. This is the header, and this is the host, and that's it. So that means we are trying. Okay, get cons response await Axios dot option. We're passing those options, and then when we receive the data, okay, we are checking response dot data. Okay, so what we can do, let's log response besides response dot data and see what will be here. Okay, this is an object. Okay, I just want to see, does it have some sort of a list of movies or something? Okay, I wonder what is this? Form data. Okay, not really. Free plans, hard limit research. Aborted, false. Can include subdomain. Okay, let's just quickly check. Okay, there is no object here. Okay, let's just quickly go to here. Example response. Let's see. Oh, okay. It looks like this code snippet, it's working. Okay, my apologies about that. It looks like this code snippet is working because the response from this doesn't give you anything. As you can see, there is nothing. There is nothing. So it's okay. Everything is working. That's why. Okay. Okay, that's why we are having nothing here. Okay, that means everything works well. Okay, dot data. Okay, okay, if there is nothing here, that means we are good to go. As you can see, there is nothing. Now we need to hit a separate endpoint to get something. For instance, and series ID, let's just get upcoming, because as you can see on upcoming, we don't need an ID. Okay, so here on this one, we are getting a specific, what can I say, a specific movie. I don't know where can I get a list of movies that are here on this API where I can maybe have a specific ID. I don't know where. Remember, guys, also this is my first time. I only tested this because of this tutorial. Okay, so let's hit this endpoint. Okay, let's hit this endpoint. Let me see, does this change accordingly? Okay, let's just try to hit this endpoint. Okay, let's try to hit this endpoint, titles upcoming, and see what are we going to get. Okay, okay, let's go to our database, movies, what, let's copy here, titles and upcoming, paste here. Okay, guys, save. Then let's see. As you can see, guys, we are getting something. Okay, as you can see, guys, here are the entries. Okay, titles, upcoming, 2 pages, page 1, result, ID. Here is an ID. Okay, these are the upcoming movies. So for simplicity's sake, let's just use this data and display it here. Okay, that means we're good to go, guys. Okay, now what we are going to do, as you can see, this object, it's a bit complicated. Okay, let's copy all of this. Okay, up until where? Up until here. Okay, up until here. And then let's go to the internet. I think I've got a what did I say? Is it a bookmark? I've got a bookmark here for JSON Prettify or something like that. Let's just quickly check here. Or JSON visualizer, not web token. Okay, my apologies for that. Let me check here. No JSON TypeScript. Okay, let me just say JSON visualizer. Okay. Nope, this is not what I want. JSON web viewer online. I think this one. Okay, I think it's this one. So go to editor. Let's paste the JSON that we have received here. Okay, we are almost done, guys. Let's paste this here. Okay, as you can see, guys, okay, this is more like a visualized version of, as you can see, this has been some sort of formatted nicely so that we can understand what's going on here. If you want to get more detail, you can even check here. Let me zoom into 50%. Okay, can I move this? As you can see, we get this, and there is next. Okay, upcoming page, page 2, and there is page 1. Okay, and then I would like to assume there is an entity which is result is the one that we are looking for. Then on result we have all these entries. Okay, we've got all these entries. Now that we've got this information, I'm thinking let's try to be clever here. Let's not use this. Okay, remember the reason why we didn't use an endpoint that only gives us one movie, we didn't have the ID of the movie. Okay, we didn't have, but now because of this query, or because of this API call, at least we've got an ID. Let's change our mind, because this is too much to work with. And remember, we only have one movie here as a test, so we don't really need to do this one. So let's just copy this, and then let me paste it here for now. Okay, and then we are going to go to, let me check my recording. Yes, we are going to go to our code, in fact to the API. Then let's use this one. Okay, let's use this endpoint, and we're going to pass the ID here. Upcoming, it's a series ID. Okay, yeah, we're going to pass the series ID. I'm hoping we are going to get that movie exactly with a small JSON object. Then we can take it from there. Let's quickly test that, guys. Okay, Okay, so now we're going to hit this endpoint title. Okay, and then here we are going to pass this ID. Okay, this ID. I'm hoping to get one movie and a specific movie. This one. Okay, let's save and see. Axios error fades with the status code 404. Okay, is that a movie or a series? Okay, now we are still facing another problem. Let's go back here. Title, series. Okay, then we're passing a series. So here we were getting titles, X, and upcoming. Okay, let's just check titles by IDs. Okay, titles random, titles ID. Let's use this endpoint. Okay, let's use this endpoint. Okay, let's use this one. I think also we've made a mistake here. As you can see, there is this double thing. Let's just quickly test here quick. Okay, Axios request failed for as you can see now we are logging empty result. This is much better, even though it's not what we want. Maybe this was just a sample. It doesn't have to be there. Okay, let's just quickly check. Still, we're going to we're getting an empty thing. Okay, let's paste this, and then here let's put this ID. Okay, maybe this movie is not a series, it's just a single movie. Okay, let's remove this, save. What we want to do, we want to hit an endpoint where we only get one movie. As you can see, guys, it looks like we are moving in circles and we are not winning. Okay, that's not much of a problem. Let's use what we already have. Okay, I'm not clued up about this API. Okay, so I'm not sure which is a movie and which what. So when I'm getting here the upcoming, I'm not sure if I'm getting the upcoming movies or upcoming series. I really don't know. Let's quickly check on JSON's Prettify. Okay, maybe if we can look closely here. Okay, maybe release date, release key. Okay, but now where is the information? Okay, this is the ID. And what is this? Maybe this is the actual ID. Okay, this is not, this is the record ID. Okay, let's say the MongoDB ID, and this is the actual ID of the movie. Okay, guys, let's just quickly test this, guys. My apologies for the up and down, but at least we know we are winning, we are getting there. Okay, we know we are winning, we are getting there. What is it displaying? Here it's also displaying null. Let's go back to the initial. My apologies about this. Let's go back to the series and use a different ID. Okay, use a different ID. Okay, which is, let me move this up until here. Paste. Okay, maybe it might happen. This is the ID of a series. Let me just delete this. Okay, if it doesn't work, let's check here. Okay, let's remove these curly braces. Let's see. Okay, let's go back, guys, to the initial endpoint that we had. Okay, let's go back to the one that gave us something. Okay, get titles. I don't want to get titles. Titles random. Okay, what happens when I click here? Okay, it looks like, okay, looks like this changes. Okay, does this give us more information about this? Required parameters. Okay, my apologies for that. Let's see. Okay, let's scroll up. Go back to this, the upcoming ones. Okay, let's copy this. Okay, let's copy this. Then let's go back to it here. Okay, Then we're getting the movies. That's not much of a problem. So what we want to do, okay, in these movies, we want the result. Okay, not everything, only the result. Let's check here. Where is the data? When we are logging the data, is it data.result? Am I correct about that? Okay, it's a JSON object, as you can see. Okay, we are getting data.result. Okay, and then we have an ID. We also have this ID. To be honest, guys, at this moment in time, I'm not sure about these type of IDs. Okay, I'm not sure if these are movies and what, but let's continue. Okay, I have got what can I say? I have got now the results. Okay, so let's go back to the pretty what. Okay, what I want to do here, I want the original title. So inside this, okay, that means this is an array. This is what it means. Let me go on array at 0 so that I can get the first movie. Okay, because now I'm on an array. I want array at 0. Save. Okay, it gives us something. Okay, it gives us something. Okay, and then at array at 0, what I wanted array at 0, I want, let's log the primary image. Okay, title text, let's load the title text. Okay, let's say dot title text, copy as it is from there. Okay, we did get something. As you can see, here is the title text, text title text. Here is the name. Okay, Alien Wars and Judgment Day. Okay, we are getting there, guys. This is an object. Okay, type name, table text, and then text. It's this one. Okay, let's see now. Where can we go? Let's just say dot text. Title text. Let me say dot text. Okay, let's see. Here is the text. Alien War Judgment Day. Okay, that means we have managed to get the title. So after we get the title, let's take this title. Okay, let's take this title and set this state, set title to that title. Okay, we are getting the guys. Set title, set, is there set? We've got set tile. That's not what I want. Maybe it's my mistake. Set title. Okay, go back here. Set title. As you can see, we pass that title. Excuse me, let's save and see. This is it, guys. Boom. We've got Alien Wars Judgment Day here, as you can see. So now we want the image, okay? Now what we can do here, where were we? Somewhere here. Okay, let's go to the visualizer. Okay, we've got the title text. Where is it? Here is it. And then where is the image? Primary image. I think this is what we want. So let's log this primary image. Instead of dot text, let's say dot primary image. Okay. Now I'm not sure. This is a set title. Sorry, this is not what I want. Okay, I want primary image from on the log. Okay, let's log primary image. Primary image is undefined. I'm expecting some sort of a URL or something. Okay, image. There's caption. Okay. What I can do, let me copy this object, the Alien War object. It starts here and it ends here. Let me visualize it so that I can see it properly. Okay, At least now this is small information to deal with. If you look at it, okay, it looks like it has got an ID, and then there is a primary image. In the primary image, there is a type image, there is caption, there is a type name. I'm looking for the URL. Here is the URL. Okay, so how do I go to here to get the URL? Let's use this visualizer to help us. Okay, let's see. For this ID, the original text, there is no URL. Primary image, yes. But on primary image, where do we go then? We go to .url. So let's go to primary image and .url and see if we're going to get this URL. Where can I copy these? Primary image and then .url. Okay, let's just quickly check. Okay, we've got already primary image. Let's say .url. Let's see. Type error, cannot read the property of URL. Okay, this is a bit confusing. Okay, this is a bit confusing when I'm saying text title. No, this is not where I want to be. Now I understand. Remember, I'm already on the text title. This is not where I want to be. Can't on this array, can't I get to primary image first? That's why it was rendering null. Okay, here is the primary image and then .url. Okay, here is the URL. 100% guys, we're good to go. So what we want to do, the same way as we did on text, let's go to our movie card. Let's accept the URL. Okay, we are accepting the title here, and then let's accept the URL. Okay, and then the URL is going to be a string also. Sorry for that. URL, accepting it as a string, and then instead of hard coding this, where is the image? Instead of hard coding this, let's put the URL here. I'm hoping this is how it's done. Okay, if there is a different syntax, my apologies for that. Okay, what have I done? Let's see. Let me try this and see if it's going to work. It looks like this doesn't accept. Nice. Let's see what it accepts. Okay. Props, image props should be following type string, assignable to image source prop type, overload, image prop, context any image. Where are the source? Okay, now let me try this, guys. Okay, let me try to put the URL here. Let's require with the URL. I'm just hoping this is how it's done. But if we can use ChatGPT to check how it's done the other way. Okay, let's just quickly check if it's able to load. Okay, let's just quickly ask ChatGPT, or let's go to React Native image. Okay, let's go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT will be quicker. Okay, React Native image from URL. Okay, it's just going to quickly show us how do you load the image from the URL, and that's it. Okay, maybe it's a different syntax. Image source, as you can see, guys, this is how you do it. Okay, you don't require it, you do it this way. So let's quickly do that, thanks to ChatGPT, and then let's paste that here. As you can see, URI, let's say URL. Okay, done. Let's check the code. Okay, as you can see, it's supposed to display it, but maybe let's just quickly test something. Okay, if we can copy this if we can copy this URL, okay, if we can copy this URL, where is it? Okay, where is it? Console log it. Where is it? HTTP. Follow the link. Does it take us to an image? As you can see, guys, where is the image? Oh, okay, so the image is there. So we are sure that this URL works. So if it doesn't show on our app, that means it's our fault. Okay, let's just quickly check. Maybe we had to wait for it to load. Okay, this URL gives us the image, but it just depends on us on how do we render the image. Okay, let's just go back. I have never rendered an image from the URL before. What goes on? What's the problem with this index? Okay, what's the problem with this index? Let's check. Okay. Sorry, guys. My mistake. We are not passing. Okay, that means this is empty. This is my mistake. We are not passing the URL here. Okay, let's go back and modify. Remember, um we had this. Okay, so instead of creating a different use state for the title and for the URL, can we just create an object? Okay, let's just go for a quick solution first, just to wrap up the tutorial. Okay, let's say set URL, okay, to an empty string first, and then when we are loading here, okay, we are setting the title. Yes, also let's set the URL. Okay, let's set the URL. Let's set the URL and then copy this. Okay, we are setting the URL. Okay, response is not, oh, sorry, I'm on error now. Okay, set the URL. Okay, don't know why it does this. Set URL. And then I want this. I want this information and paste it here. Okay, as you can see, guys, that means now we need to pass this URL, okay, to that component, because the reason why it's empty, we are not passing it. That's why this is complaining. Okay, then let's pass the URL. Okay, let's see, guys, what will happen. Okay, as you can see, guys, boom, we have managed to get this data from the URL. I don't know what this means. As you can see, guys, we have managed to display this alien war. Here is it, and then here is the image. Okay, this is a different tab and this is the different tab. Guys, let's see, how long did we take? Okay, it's on like almost like 3 hours. Okay, guys, this is where we end. Let's maximize and check. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are taking this image from the URL from the movie database, and also we are taking this from the movie database. As you can see here, there's a lot of things that we can improve. Also the layout, it's very close to the edge. Maybe we need to make some adjustment. Okay, in terms of continuing, you can improve the code. Okay, by making sure that the Axios, you create a separate component for the Axios. And also we need to make some sort of a research, a deep dive as to how can we change this. Guys, I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. If you feel like this has added value into your overall understanding of React Native and API calls, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much for clicking this video. All the best to you and all the best to me and the coded design community. See you on the next one. We have made it. Hey, what's up, guys, and welcome. This is Matthew Msingati, the hybrid, the designer, and a developer. Thank you so much for clicking this video. This is a GraphQL series, but it's very important for me to tell you who is this series for and who this series is not for, so that if it's not for you, respectfully and understandably, you can quickly skip the series and go to some other videos. This series, it's not about Visual Studio Code. It's not about the technicality of GraphQL. We are not going to code at all. It is not about Apollo server. It's not about the resolvers. It's not about technically the code. But this video, it's about the concepts. To make it clear to you, why it is that you can follow a tutorial through and finish the project, and when you run it, it works perfectly. But when it comes to you doing your own project, then things are starting to be a little bit difficult. The other guy said, I think it was Redix, he said that I have been following a lot of tutorials, but it looks like I can't create my own thing, and I really don't understand why. As for me, learning from YouTube and internet, I exactly knew what he meant. When you follow somebody coding, you are learning. Yes, I don't dispute that, but you are learning the syntax. You are not learning the concept. Let me hit the point home. Somebody who has learned the syntax, who has followed a technical video on GraphQL on YouTube, they can produce a working class module or a function. They can code, but they are not able to answer interview questions. Something that also I've struggled with in terms of CSS and JavaScript. I knew how to create functions and how to make apps with JavaScript and CSS. But the other day I got an international interview. The questions were somewhat difficult, if I can be honest, because there I was not being asked CSS properties, how to do these questions that feels like they are high school questions just to test your rationale. No, I was being asked on the overall understanding. The employer wants to see, do I understand the concept? This series, it's about that concept, the GraphQL concept. So if you are looking for a video where you are going to code, I am sorry, and I understand if you might skip this video. I want to ban the concept of GraphQL so that when you are following another video that teaches you the syntax, it might feel familiar. My point number one, as you can see, I don't have a point where I'm asking what is GraphQL. I don't want you to describe GraphQL because I would like to believe the creators of GraphQL have a better definition for it. Google has a better definition for it than me. If Google doesn't work, we've got ChatGPT. ChatGPT can give you a very clear and a succinct definition. Hence, I don't have point number one, which asks, what is GraphQL? I want you to feel that you understand GraphQL. You cannot really come up with a definition in terms of the English language, but you feel like you know it through and through. This is when you understand the concept. Without wasting time, let's just jump to point number one. This is how I'm going to get and ban the concept into your mind. Where does it fit? Where does GraphQL fit into a stack of technology? Okay, we've got a stack of technology. What do I mean by that? We've got MongoDB, we've got Express.js, we've got React.js, we've got Node.js. There's a lot of things going on in technology. But where does GraphQL fits in there? Picture a spider web, okay? Whenever you see a spider web, somewhere in that web, you will see where the spider is. In most cases, it's always sitting in the center. I want you to spot GraphQL, where it fits in this tech stack. For me, that will help you to understand the concept of GraphQL and the problem it's trying to solve. In continuing from this point number 1, I would like to quote the famous Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs once asked, and he said, this is very important. As Apple, as a company, as a brand, we wanted to know, where do we fit in this noisy world? Okay, meaning that understanding the location, in our case, in terms of concept, where GraphQL fits into a tech stack, okay, it's very important so that you can understand the concept. Point number 2, what problem is it trying to solve? This question, or the answer to this question, will get you to be part of a conversation. If you are a coder, you are technical, you know how to code and create beautiful apps or functional apps, you might lose sight of a conversation. Maybe you have seen in the industry or in YouTube, there is GraphQL. You go and watch the video, but you can't get into the conversation. If two guys or two programmers have a conversation around GraphQL, you don't feel like you can say something, okay? It's because you are a syntax developer. You know the syntax of it, but you don't understand what GraphQL is trying to solve. Hence, you have eliminated yourself from the conversation. So, in this series, I will discuss what problem is GraphQL trying to solve. Number 3, the techniques used to solve the problem. Every library, every piece of technology, beyond just becoming a programming language or a library, it's a school of thought. It's a certain way of doing things. React, it's an idea, it's a suggestion, it's some sort of an opinion about what we can do as a industry to improve ourselves or to make things better. GraphQL is not different. It's some sort of a certain concept, okay? So, meaning that I'm going to talk about the techniques that GraphQL is using, okay? So, the more you understand those techniques, okay, and the angle at which GraphQL is coming from, that will serve as a solid foundation to understand the syntax when you are actually coding. When you watch a GraphQL tutorial or a video, you will always feel confused about the resolvers, about the Apollo server. You can't really fit in. As you are still looking at that now, there is MongoDB, and then somebody will tell you that you cannot only use MongoDB, you can use another database management system. So it's a lot of things. When you don't know the concept, the technique used to solve the problem that GraphQL is solving, the syntax might be difficult for you to understand. And also, you cannot take some sort of a full use of GraphQL. Point number 4, affected concept. As I am telling you that concepts are important, there are concepts that GraphQL is affecting, or some sort of GraphQL is a node in a network of concept. So there are concepts that GraphQL is some sort of working with, some others is disrupting, some others is crashing at all. It's very important to understand what are the concepts that are involved. So I've got a list of concepts that are involved. This is not limited to this list. There's a lot of concepts, but these are important for you to understand and master GraphQL. For instance, API. API is affected by GraphQL because GraphQL is coming with a certain way of doing things around the API. Data fetching. GraphQL is coming with a certain way of doing things when it comes to data fetching. So data fetching is a concept that is affected, okay? It's in the same network on which GraphQL is trying to shake or is trying to improve. Data structure. When I mean data structure, I'm just talking about the database itself. Like we've got your MySQL, we've got your NoSQL databases, we've got your MongoDBs. Okay, so every database has got a certain structure, or let me just use the term schema. Okay, so GraphQL is is part of that. It's improving it, it's working towards making it easier. Okay, I'm going to talk about concept on point number 4, concept like underfetching and overfetching. Obviously at point number 5, schemas and resolvers. When you were in primary, okay, in primary school, the technique that the school system is using, even though to us as the enlightened or the elite guys, we always feel like the education system is slowing us down because we want to get our hands dirty to do something. We always ask questions like, why do I have to sit and study X and solve for X and the theorem of Pythagoras instead of getting into the real world and solve the real problem? The most phenomenal thing about the education system, even though we always feel like it's low, it's very good on taking a student from the known to the unknown. The school system is taking a learner through a journey of what is familiar to the student, taking them slowly, step by step, slowly but surely, to an advanced and unfamiliar world. Okay, the system doesn't just push you from 0 to grade 12 or grade 11 or to form 2 or to a higher level, or pushes you to varsity, because that's a swift transition. But they start with what you know and what is familiar to you, and they will take you step by step until you get the idea. Okay, it's like they are feeding the inner eye of understanding. If you want to know what is the inner eye of understanding, it's when you are talking to John trying to explain calculus or physics or programming. When John says, oh, I see, that's what I mean about the inner eye of understanding. Most YouTube tutorials, they don't feed that inner eye, but it's do what I do, follow me, do this and do that, code this, this is the error, solve it like this. Here, I want you to get the concept so that you can be fit and ready to answer the interview question. Because in the interview, the employer wants to understand that, do you understand the concept? So that when the problem presents itself different from the video that you have learned on YouTube, you could be able to generate your own unique ideas and solve the problem. In closing, I am going to quote the famous Jim Rohn. He says, don't be a follower, be a student. Take what you have been given, make it your product of your own conclusion. I'm Matthew, the hybrid, the designer and developer. See you on the next one. Hello and welcome. I'm Matthew, the hybrid, the designer and developer. This is a GraphQL series, which is meant to drill and bend the concept and understanding of GraphQL in such a way that you can be able to answer interview questions that test your overall understanding. Where does GraphQL fits in? What do I mean by that? I am asking, since there is all pieces of technologies, a lot of pieces of technologies, Node.js, React.js, JavaScript, and you name them, where does GraphQL fits in? In order for us to understand where does GraphQL fits in, we just need to take a train back into database querying. Okay, how do we access information from the database, or what applications are doing with the information that we are feeding them. Okay, so if this is an application, let me just quickly change the color there. If this is an application, it receives data from the UI. We send a lot of information about ourselves in the application and in the websites, in applications like Facebook. When you start a new account, you always give a lot of information about you. So you are feeding the application. Obviously, since the application has got different environment, the application can be on the web and the application can be on the mobile. So the app itself doesn't really store this information. This information is stored somewhere else. And where that is, in a server, in a database. Okay, so the idea here is the application takes the information when it knows that it's 100% correct or it's suitable for the database. It will send it to the database, and also it will query the information from the database. Okay, so this part, it's the front end. Okay, and then let me just say this part, it's the back end. Okay, so it's like we are sending information to the database and we are retrieving it. Okay, so let's just look at the pieces of technologies that are involved, a network of technologies, or let's just call it a tech stack. Okay, all the pieces of technologies that are involved in this process. Okay, only those that are involved in getting the information in to the database and getting it back. Okay, so what we can learn from here is that we've got a database. Okay, we've got a database. There is a lot of databases. Okay, we've got a database. A database is just a storage container that stores the information. Usually it is not in the application and it is not in the user interface. That's what we need to know here. Okay, and then there is an application. Okay, when I'm talking about the application, I'm just referring to some sort of a tech, okay, or a language or an SDK, okay, some sort of the programming language or techniques that have been used to create the app. As you know that there is a lot of languages. There is PHP, you create web apps. There is Kotlin and Java for Android apps. There is a lot of languages. There is React.js, there is Next.js. Okay, so when I'm talking about the app, okay, I'm talking about like the pieces of technologies, the language, and the SDK. Here I'm talking about all the databases, you name them, MongoDB, NoSQL, SQL databases. I'm talking about all of them. Okay, and then in the front end, okay, somewhere here, let's say in the UI, okay, let's just say that we've got your React.js. Okay, let's say, okay, as a UI library or a library for building user interfaces. Okay, so what we are starting to learn from this, okay, is that we've got the user interface, which is the front end, we've got the application, and we've got the back end. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to zoom in, okay, in this process of sending information from the application to the database and the database back to here. Matthew, what do you mean? I'm trying to say GraphQL in somewhere here. I have already started to pinpoint a location, okay, for GraphQL, even though I'm going to zoom in, but please pin GraphQL in this part. Okay, this is the location of GraphQL. So whenever we are talking about GraphQL, obviously we are using some of the GraphQL functionalities in the front end. I understand that, but we are just sending the information. Okay, that's it. It's not the core essence. Okay, user interface is some sort of a node that is affected into this network, but it doesn't carry the essence of what GraphQL is trying to solve. Okay, the problem domain of GraphQL is somewhere between the application itself and the database. Okay, so let's say you are trying to speak to someone, okay, and a loud and a silly and a noisy guy interrupts you, okay, and says something else before the information reaches the other part. Okay, so GraphQL is doing that. The application wants to communicate to send information to the database, and GraphQL comes and say, whoa, this is the better way of doing things. I hope you understand where GraphQL fits in, even though we're going to get into details, but I hope you understand where it is. I hope I have managed to some sort of focus your mind into a certain section of the program development lifecycle, or the application architecture. Okay, so between the app and the database, let's talk about how things were done before. Obviously, GraphQL is not some sort of a new way, but it's some sort of an improvement. GraphQL is improving something that has been there. Okay, so if this is the database, okay, if this is the database and this is the application, okay, there was a way before GraphQL by which we communicate to the database. Okay, number one, instead of communicating directly from the app to the database and the database to the app, okay, there is a middleman here, and that middleman is API. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what that is. So there is a middleman, and that middleman is API. Okay, now we are introducing another term. Okay, and then we're not going to get in details into APIs, but APIs exposes endpoints. Okay, okay, meaning that this is a front end, it ends here, and this is a back end, it ends here. Somewhere in between, okay, there are points here which are exposed by an API. Okay, let's just say users. Okay, the front end does whatever it does, but it ends here in this point. Okay, after this, the API will communicate with the database, and then it will send back all the information about users. Okay, then let's say here there is employees. Okay, and then here there is like some sort of balances, let's say. Okay, as you can see that there is an API which exposes endpoints. Okay, however, there is some sort of a problem with this system. Okay, meaning based on how we were doing things, okay, if you are hitting this endpoint, what you will get, what is that the API will do? Okay, an API on the user's endpoint, okay, let's say the address of this will be like API forward slash endpoint. Okay, so as soon as the user interface or the front end makes a fetch request to this API, usually it's in form of a URL. Okay, let me just give you an example. Okay, it's gonna be, let's say, coded design, www.codeddesign forward slash API forward slash users. Okay, this endpoint is responsible for giving you a list of users. Okay, okay, this endpoint, it's like a cooked food. Okay, some sort of a bucket with a list of users. What if maybe you want to only get one user instead? Okay, it will mean that the API needs to expose another endpoint. Okay, which will enable you to get only one user. Okay, What if maybe you want to get certain users by a certain criteria? Okay, that means the API need to expose another endpoint. Okay, the API need to expose another endpoint. Okay, so that you can get that. Okay, as you can see here, we are starting to have a lot of endpoint. Okay, now hitting the point home, getting deep into where does GraphQL fits into this tech stack. Okay, we have identified here, okay, that GraphQL is somewhere there in the back end. Okay, somewhere there in the back end. It's in between the app and the database. Okay, now we said before we had some ways in which we are communicating. GraphQL is not like the Mr. Know-it-all or very new, or GraphQL doesn't really invent things. Okay, but it's coming with a certain way and approach, a school of thought. Okay, so we were using these APIs. So the problem with these APIs is that when you hit this point, you might get 10 records. Okay, whereas you only wanted one record. Okay, mathematically you can see that if I'm looking for one record and I always get 10 record, I have a duty to pick up the record that I want. If I was looking for record number 4, I have to pick up record number 4. But GraphQL comes as a superhero. Okay, GraphQL comes as a superhero to say that, okay, you are using API, I understand that, but I can act as an API myself. Okay, meaning that eliminating the API. Okay, so that when you want, as an app, you want to communicate to your database, you can communicate through me. It will happen. You just need to brief me and give me the details of your data structure. Okay, what is the structure, the schema of your data? And provide, let me just write here. Okay, provide me with your data structure. Let's say the structure of your data. Okay, on users, we've got a user ID. Let's say user ID and username. Okay, this ID, it's a number. My apologies for my bad writing. This ID is a number and the name is a string. Okay, you provide GraphQL with this schema. Okay, the structure of your data, and then from there GraphQL will ask you, okay, now provide me with some functions. Let's say, okay, some functions that I'm going to use when exposing information back to your user interface or back to your front end. Okay, let's say we are going to have a function here which is going to be get user. Okay, and let's say get all users. Okay, as you can see here, you are getting a user and here you are getting all users. Okay, and then let me just erase this. My apologies for that. Let me just erase this. Let me first not get into some sort of functions, okay, so that I can hit the point home. Okay, so that you can see the essence of GraphQL. Okay, now GraphQL knows your structure. Okay, you've got the ID and the name. Okay, now let's see how different GraphQL is from the API. Okay, the API had endpoints. Okay, GraphQL tells us that if you have given me the structure, okay, of your data, okay, and also you have introduced me to your actual data as GraphQL. Okay, you have introduced me to your actual data. I can use the structure of your data, okay, the form, how your data is, okay, to query, okay, meaning that I'm replacing the API to query the information. But I don't only do that, okay, once the information is here with me, meaning that once I have the ID, okay, a list of IDs, let's say from 1 up to 1,000, 1, 2, 3 up to 1,000, and also the names from 1 up to 1,000. Okay, you can tell me in a very simple way, instead of hitting an endpoint, you can just, from your front end, you can just create a JSON object which will look like users, and then tell me that you want the name and close that. Okay. And then from then I will deliver only, okay, the list of names. Okay. What if maybe you want with some IDs, you can just add that. You don't need to work that much. Okay. As you can see, now we have erased these endpoints, a lot of endpoints here. Okay. Meaning that by substituting this endpoint and putting GraphQL between the database and the application, remember, we wanted to know where does GraphQL is, okay? We were saying it's between the application and the database. Now, between the application and the database, there is an API. So GraphQL is coming in and saying to the API, can I sit where you are and make things better for the developers, okay, to improve the developer experience and efficiency of the overall application. So not only GraphQL is between the database and the application, but GraphQL is sitting here where the application, the API is. GraphQL is sitting here to say that, look, I can do this job better than you. So meaning that on your front end, you just give me a JSON object and tell me what you want. What if maybe I want this information in a different way? GraphQL is saying that you don't need to hit multiple endpoints. I can do that for you. Okay. Now let's just extend this awesomeness of GraphQL. Okay. This database, okay, let's say it's my SQL or it's MongoDB or whatever. Okay. It has got some sort of tables. Okay, or group of information. Okay, this is users, this is authors, these are employees, and these are balances. Okay, now GraphQL is sitting here as a gatekeeper saying, with me you can just tell me what you want. You don't have to worry about the protocol. You don't have to worry about a lot of things. You can just tell me what you want. It's like, as a developer, you are in a shop, okay, driving a shopping cart. I hope this looks like a shopping cart. Let me just do this and do this. You are driving a shopping cart, so you are shopping for things that you want in these tables. Okay, this table is users, this table is balances, this table is employees, this table is authors. Okay, let's say now, instead of hitting multiple endpoints with GraphQL, you can just have a query, okay, and list what you want from here. In users, you want the username. In balances, you want the sum total. In employees, you want the employee IDs. And in, what did I say this is? Whatever it is, okay, it's balances, employees. I just forgot what this one is. Okay, in whatever, you can say amount. Okay, let's say this is amount. And then after you've got that, what do you do next? You drive your shopping cart to your UI. Okay, your shopping cart to your UI, and then you tell the UI that, please display this for me. So meaning that you can even get some sort of data from different tables or different schemas, I can say, with peace. Okay, so I hope now you are starting to get where does GraphQL fits in. Okay, there is the front end. Okay, there is a front end. Let's say the front end is React.js. Obviously, you are going to use GraphQL in your front end because the method that you will be using to fetch the data from a GraphQL server, okay, you need to some sort of use the preferred way of doing that, GraphQL's preferred way of doing it. So you will find GraphQL in your UI, but remember, this is not a problem domain. GraphQL was not solving how you are fetching data from the UI. Okay, but you can find it there. You are going to work with it in React. Okay, and then when you are fetching data into the back end, okay? Meaning that now GraphQL is forming part of your back end of your API, what can I say, code, okay, or code base. GraphQL will be there, okay, so that it can act as a gatekeeper to make things easier for you. GraphQL, it's like these new technologies, things like Siri and whatsoever, okay? These are technologies where you can just get into your house and you can tell it to switch on the light and close the gates, okay? I think it's pushing us to that direction where it's going to be super simple and efficient, okay, to get data so that you cannot sit with a lot of data that you still have to filter or to pick what you want. If it happened that you want something different from this collection of data, you will have to hit another endpoint. Where does GraphQL fits in? GraphQL is somewhere between the actual application and the database. To be specific, it's sitting where the API sits to make your life easier. I'm Matthew, the hybrid, the designer and developer. Please don't forget, if this video has helped you in the overall understanding of GraphQL, just hit that subscribe button. Otherwise, for me, see you on the next one. Hello and welcome. I am Matthew the Hybrid, the designer and developer. Thank you so much for clicking this video. If you are new, I've got the videos that I've already done in this series. What problem is GraphQL trying to solve? In order for us to answer that, let's just look at the history of data fetching and how we used to do things. Let's say we've got a database here, okay, with tables. This table is for users. This is another table, and this is another table, okay. Let's say we are creating an accounting system, okay. So let's say this one, it's users, okay. There's username, user ID, and whatever, okay. And then here we've got quotations. My apologies for my writing, okay. Quotation made by this user for this client and the amount. And then here we've got invoices, okay. Okay, same thing like quotation. This quotation has been made by this user for this client, and here is the amount. And also maybe the pending, the states. Is it already paid? Is it fully paid? Is half paid? And all those things. And then we've got the application here. Okay, we've got the application. And then let's say we've got the UI here. Okay, obviously we feed information to the application and we receive information to the application, but the application doesn't keep the information, okay. So what the application does also, it communicates with the API, okay, communicates with the API, but not necessarily directly with the API. The API will expose endpoints, okay. Let's put our endpoints there, okay. For instance, let's say this endpoint, it's users, okay. Here, when this application hits this endpoint, it will get a list of users. When it hits this endpoint's quotation, it will get a list of quotation. When it hits this endpoint invoices, it will get a list of invoices, okay. And the API, it's responsible for making the queries, okay. Okay, what if then okay, let me just briefly tell you about the nature of this data, okay, the nature of this data, okay. um the database, in order for the database to be efficient, okay, what we are running away from is redundancy, okay, meaning that having multiple records, okay. The first approach in which we can use when we saving information from this database, okay, remember this is a, some sort of an SQL database, okay. So meaning that in order for us to save information in this database, we can have a user ID here. Let's say user ID 1, okay, and the name, okay, the name, let's say it's empty, that's the name. and the surname, it's SJ. Okay, we can have this information here. Whenever this user creates the quotation, okay, we can be lazy and make sure that we put these records the same as they are. Okay, we put the quotation ID here, the quotation amount here, and also we repeat this information, the surname, the ID of the user who was making this record, and everything that is involved there. As you can see, we've got a duplication. Why could we do that? Maybe because we want to be clever. We want to create an endpoint here where if we hit this endpoint, okay, we can just pull all of this information without having to get it from here. Okay, as you can see, I can pull a certain quotation which was done by this user. I can get also the user ID from the same table, and also I can get the username and the user surname. As you can see, makes my life easier, but this is redundant and also it's confusing. So in a SQL database, okay, in a structured database like this one, there's something called normalization. Normalization is when it's a technique that has been used to make sure that there is no duplication. Instead of taking this name and surname, we only take the primary key from this table, meaning that this table will be the quotation table plus the primary key from users, which when it lands into the quotation, it's going to be a foreign key. I can explain that later, okay? So meaning that this is the information for the quotation, it ends here. Now we just need to put 01 or number 1 for users, just to say that this record has been placed by this ID. What if we want to know the name of the user in this query, for instance? Okay, now we will need to take this ID and make another query to the users and get the user detail. As you can see, once we start querying, okay, once we start querying for multiple tables, okay, for multiple tables, we are also expanding our queries. Okay, it means that we have to select information from quotation, we have to select information from users. Okay, usually in SQL you inner join the table. Okay, you select from here and inner join this one. Okay, and then you will get the information that you want. The information that you will get is in this fashion. Okay, all the quote information plus the user information, quote information and the username and the user details, as if it's one table. As you can see, once we start to query from different tables, okay, things are starting to be a little bit difficult in a way. Okay, imagine if we are querying from 3 different tables. Okay, I hope you get that. Let's go back again. We've got the user interface asking information from the app. Okay, and then the app make use of the API, and the API exposes endpoints. What if we want, as you can see, this endpoint is for users, this one is for quotation, and this one is for invoices. It gives you all that information. What if we want to query like information from multiple tables? We need to add another endpoint, which was this one, and this endpoint will query like multiple tables and it will bring this information. Okay, now the other problem, okay, if you only on users, okay, on users on this endpoint, which gives you everything like a list of all users, okay, if you only want one users, you just have to select it and filter it yourself, or create another endpoint that will only give you one user, as you can see. Okay, now let's introduce GraphQL and try to understand the problem that we want to solve. Okay, what if then, instead of getting all the users here, okay, I can only get one user as I want? One might feel like it's simple. You will create another endpoint. No. What if I don't create another endpoint? I just get what I want whenever I want to. Then Turbo will start to be like, wow, is that possible? It's possible with GraphQL Turbo. Let me show you how. Okay, Now we're going to introduce GraphQL here. With GraphQL, number one, you only have one endpoint. Okay? One endpoint, which is, let's say, whatever / GraphQL. Okay? This guy here, application, can I draw this in such a way that it makes sense? Okay? Let me just write a box. This is the endpoint. So this guy here will talk to this endpoint, and it will get everything, and I mean everything it needs, using one endpoint. That's point number one to GraphQL instead of multiple endpoints. Also, this GraphQL, okay, you can just pick, as I have made before. It's like a developer is pushing a shopping cart. Okay, hope this looks like a shopping cart. A developer is pushing a shopping cart. He is only picking the information that he will need, okay, to use on the UI. Okay, after he's done, he will send the information to the UI to do whatever. Okay, how many endpoints am I going to hit? You are still hitting one endpoint. Okay, maybe you want information about the user, you want information about balances. These are separate endpoints, so it feels like GraphQL doesn't really makes a difference. Okay, what if maybe I want to do something like this? I want to query multiple tables. With GraphQL, the same principle apply. The developer need to take a shopping cart and pick what he wants to pick. This might come from users, it might come from code, it might come from invoices. The information will be bundled by GraphQL and will come as one item, as one thing, meaning that the stress of making multiple queries is gone. That's point number two to the GraphQL. So, meaning that instead of this endpoint getting all the users, you can just get the user that you want. Okay, let me just give you an idea on how are you going to do that, maybe in the front end. Okay, you just write a query that you want. Okay, this is not the actual syntax, but it's something like it. Okay, and then, okay, let me just say undo. Okay, and then you mention I want from users. Okay, this is more like a JSON object. Okay, then you mention I want a username and I want an ID, and that's it. This query will give you exactly what you want. Okay, that's how it happens. As you can see now, it's like GraphQL is helping you to pick what you want. Okay, it can come from whenever. GraphQL will be responsible for that. You just tell it what you want in a true sense of the word, and it will bring it to you. So the problem that GraphQL is trying to solve, number one, let's say multiple endpoints, you are only dealing with one point, okay, a source of truth, okay, or entrance, okay. And then point number two, instead of getting a lot of information that you don't really need, meaning that if you want to get a list of users and also a quotation, and also meaning that you will have to make complex queries. Here you don't make complex queries. GraphQL will handle that for you. Okay, so instead of getting a list of all users, you can just pick the fields that you want. Very simple. GraphQL will handle the rest. Okay, sometimes when you want only one field, okay, it will mean you have to create an endpoint that will give you one field, okay, which is, this is under fetching, because maybe at some point you might quickly want a lot of fields. Okay, switching from one field to many or to none, it's very easy with GraphQL. So GraphQL feels like not only it's some sort of a doorway to your data. Okay, not only it's a doorway to your data, it feels like GraphQL, GQL, it feels like it is your data. It feels like that. Okay, when you are using it, it feels like it is your data. It's like you are actually inside your database picking what you want to pick. So I hope you get the idea of what problem is GraphQL trying to solve. I am Matthew, the hybrid, the designer and developer. If you feel like this video is adding value in banning the concept so that when you're being asked in an interview about GraphQL, at least you can be able to answer those questions. If you follow a YouTube tutorial that codes only, you might know the syntax, but you might not be able to explain what GraphQL is trying to solve. I'm Matthew Msingati, the hybrid, the designer and developer. Thank you so much for clicking this video and also for supporting my channel. Otherwise, for me, see you on the next one. What's up and welcome. I am Matthew, the hybrid, the designer and developer. Thank you so much for clicking this video. This is a series of GraphQL videos centered around banning the concept of GraphQL into your brain. Instead of getting into being technical and follow me kind of a style, do this, do that, I've decided to step back and try to understand why it was difficult for me to understand the concept of GraphQL. And I realized that I have been watching a lot of tutorials where I was learning the syntax, but I was not equipped to answer interview questions. Questions like what GraphQL is trying to solve and what techniques is it using to do that? What technologies are affected? What is it trying to replace? How efficient is GraphQL? So I couldn't be able to answer those questions. So I created this series. If you're new here, please check other videos. Now, the techniques that are used in GraphQL. Obviously, I don't know the actual technical code, but I am hoping to give you the concept. Okay, so let's just quickly talk about the history of getting data from the database so that we can contrast it to the techniques that are being used. Okay, so here we are going to be very swift. We are not going to explain a lot of things. Let's say we've got two tables, table number 1 for users and table number 2 for employees. We've got an app here that wants to get the information from this database. Okay, this is a database from this database. However, it cannot do that without obviously an API, application programming interface. Okay, this API exposes endpoints. Okay, where if you hit this endpoint, you can get a list of users. If you hit this endpoint, you can get a list of employees. Okay, as you can see, this is what is going on here. Obviously, the challenge will be if you get into these users, it gives you a list of users, whereas maybe you only wanted a certain field there. Okay, which is with GraphQL, it's that simple. Okay, and also GraphQL doesn't have multiple endpoints, it only has got one endpoint. Okay, now how is GraphQL achieving all of this? Okay, so this is your database. Okay, this technique, I'm hoping it's going to help you when you are watching a technical video on YouTube where they are coding, so that you can start to feel like you understand the terms and you know why they are doing what they are doing. Because in most cases, obviously, they won't explain in details because the video is about coding anyway. Okay, you've got your DB sitting here. Okay, now, instead of API as a middleman, we've got GraphQL as a middleman. Okay, we've got GraphQL as a middleman. Okay, let me just write this. And then we've got the application here. Okay, and then we've got the application. Okay, so what's the technique that GraphQL is using in order to do whatever that it wants to do? Point number 1, it is not database specific. Okay, meaning that here you can use any database in this section. Okay, you can use any database. You can use an SQL, okay, based database, and you can use a NoSQL database, meaning that any database here you can use. As you are starting to see that, oh, GraphQL, it's not the database, okay, but it's a query language, okay. So meaning that it is not a database. My apologies about that. I don't know what's that black screen thing, okay. So it's not a database, meaning that in this section you can some sort of add any database, it can work, okay. And then now the technique that GraphQL is using, number one, GraphQL wants to know more information, okay. It's like GraphQL wants to make some informed decision. GraphQL wants to help you, okay. GraphQL, it's like a psychologist, okay, or what can I say, a psychiatrist, okay, somebody who will ask you more question in order to understand the core and the essence of your own problem so that they can meet you halfway, okay. So the more you reveal to them, the better for them to help you, or it becomes easier for them to help you. GraphQL is doing that. That's the approach. It asks you more about your information. Remember, GraphQL doesn't want to know your database. It doesn't want to know, okay? It's not interested in it. It's not interested in it, okay. And also what it wants to know, because here you can use a lot of databases, okay. What it wants to know when I'm talking about the more info, it wants to know the structure, okay. It wants to know the structure of your database, okay. It's like an engine, okay. The engine of a car has got some certain things which can be found in a different engine, okay, in a different car, in a different model, but an engine in an engine, okay. So meaning that all the engine conforms to a certain structure, okay, or certain architecture or certain way of the building blocks are the same, okay. Things might be different, but the building blocks are the same, okay. So GraphQL is just looking for that architecture from which your engine is being built, okay. Let's put things into some sort of into practicality. In your database, you've got tables or collections, okay. Let me put a user or users, okay. Inside users, we've got a user ID, and also for simplicity, let's say a user name, okay. This is a collection, okay. In this ID, you are expecting numbers, and the name, you want the name to be a string, okay. So this is the structure of your database, okay. So GraphQL wants to know the structure. Let's just ask a general question. Why GraphQL wants to know this structure, okay. GraphQL is going to act on your behalf, okay, making things super simple for you, okay. So it needs to know the structure of a database, not the database itself. It needs to know how is the data structured, okay. Let's say GraphQL receive a query for only getting a user ID, okay, meaning that GraphQL needs to know that there is a user ID here, okay. Imagine if GraphQL is looking for an ID number which is not here. That's a problem. So meaning that you need some sort of create a mirror image of what is in here, not in terms of the actual data and numbers, but in terms of the structure, so that GraphQL can also have the same copy somewhere in here, so that GraphQL can have the same copy. So everything that is here, it's also something that is here. So by telling us or giving it the essence of what it is, you are just making it easier for you to help you. It's like a psychiatrist, somebody who's asking you more about your behavior so that they can meet you halfway. So if you don't tell them more about yourself, so it means that they won't tell you much. Obviously, most drug addicts and people who are addicted, when they are being asked by a psychiatrist about a lot of things, usually they don't give more information. As a result, they cannot be helped. So GraphQL is asking this structure so that it can be confident and know true and true that when it's making the queries, okay, the information will always be there. Okay, I hope you get that one. So continuing, now that GraphQL knows your structure, okay, which this one ticks, it knows your structure. Also, it wants to facilitate the communication between GraphQL and your user interface. Okay, meaning that you've got the user interface here. Okay, now the user interface might ask for, okay, let's say it might ask for an ID number which doesn't exist in the database. Okay, now since GraphQL is aware of the structure, then GraphQL obviously will know that we have a problem here. The UI is asking for an ID number which we don't have it on the actual database, which is, it's important because now GraphQL is acting as some sort of a facilitator here. Okay, because GraphQL wants to make things easier for you. Okay, now let's bring this knowledge, okay, into more of a practical and terminology that you might hear on other videos. Okay, so this structure, we've been talking about a structure a lot. This structure is referred to as a schema. Okay, you will see this word a lot, more especially when you are using MongoDB. Okay, MongoDB, you will have to also to define a schema. Okay, so a schema, it's like your field names and their corresponding data types. Okay, we've got a schema. So now we have reached the first technique, or the first way in which GraphQL functions. Okay, number one, it wants more information from you. Particularly, it wants the schema. So it's like it's having a mirrored copy of your database, not the actual content, but the structure. Okay, so after that, GraphQL will have to make changes. GraphQL will have to update the database. GraphQL will have to act on your behalf to make things simpler for you. So meaning that what it does, it also asks you not only the structure now, okay, but number two, it asks you the functions, okay, the functions that are associated with this structure. Okay, for instance, we've got users. Okay, we can, when we're querying the information from the database, we might get a user by ID, whereby I can say, give me a lot of information about ID number one. Okay, then I will get all the information. Okay, so there are functions associated with this schema. Okay, so meaning that if you are just defining things for me, you are not really doing something in terms of action. Okay, because defining is like to say Matthew is a programmer. Okay, that means you are not, there is no function. Okay, there's no process going on. Okay, but if I'm saying I am going to call Matthew for you, it means that there is some sort of a function going on. I am going to do something. So after you've got your schema, you need to have a list of functions, okay, that will assist the schema, okay, or that will get the information according to the schema. I think that's the right way. Okay, so this function will organize information for you according to the schema. So those function might be obviously this one, okay, get user, okay, get user by ID, or get all users. Okay, so in this function, okay, we are going to in this function part, let's say you are going to have get user by ID My apologies for my bad writing. And also get all users. Okay, and also get all users. Okay, these just a moment, okay. Let's come here on this schema. Okay, let's give this schema a name. Okay, because I think schema might not really be the name that is used in GraphQL. I think the actual name, it's type definition. Okay, type defs. Okay, this is a short form for it. Okay, type def. So these are type definition, the structure and the types of your own data. And then after that, we've got these functions which are responsible for executing, for getting the actual data for you. And the actual name that is being used, these are then called resolvers. Okay, so these are called resolvers. Okay, so we have some sort of landed into two of the most important terms in GraphQL, which is type definitions and resolvers. Okay, now let's formulate some sort of a relationship between the type definitions and resolvers. I think I'm going to need a new page here. Okay, so now we've got type defs. Okay, we've got type definition. Okay, so now if you are watching any other YouTube tutorial and you hear them talking about type defs, now at least you know what type definitions are. And also when they are talking about the resolvers, you know what resolvers are. Okay, so the type definition, let's continue with the users. Okay, we've got users, and then we've got an ID, which is a number, and we've got a name, which is a string. Okay, the name is a string. Okay, this is a type definition. Okay, and then in resolvers, okay, because we need to have functions, okay, that are associated with the type definition. Okay, for instance, we might have let's say get users and get user by ID. Remember, here we are just banning concept. Okay, that means you have to supply the actual ID. Okay, so here we are just banning the concept. Okay, so as you can see, there is a relationship between the type definitions and the resolvers, because the resolvers are functions that get the data according to the type definition. For instance, you can't have on resolvers get employees, whereas on type definition you don't have the employees. As you can see, that's some sort of an inconsistency there. Okay, so it means that as we have get users in defining this, okay, for instance, let's say when this function is getting the users, what type is it expecting to receive? It's expecting to receive a type of user, okay, a structure of user. So in GraphQL, you will also need to mention that, even though maybe the syntax may not be the same, but you are telling GraphQL that this get user will receive an information which is structured in this way, in this type definition. So do you see the relationship between the definition and the resolver? Okay, and also in get by ID, okay, you will need to tell it that, okay, the actual data that it's going to get, for instance here, okay, it's getting the users, okay, but since it's going to be a list of users, here we might say this is the best way to put this. The type is going to be a user because it's in this form, but remember it's going to be an array, meaning that when it's going to be an array, it's going to be user1, comma, user2, all those things will come in form of an array. Obviously, we will label that data. Okay, so now here, when we get a user by ID, we are going to get the actual user. Okay, not an array, but we are going to get only one user. This is the relationship between type definitions and resolvers, and you must keep it this way. As soon as you you treat resolvers as different things and type definition as different things, then it's not going to be easier for you to understand GraphQL. I'm Matthew, the hybrid, the designer and developer. If you feel like this video is adding value into your own overall understanding of GraphQL, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. See you on the next one. What are we going to get? We're going to get the data from the API. Okay, which means what data are we going to get from the API? This data, we are going to get this data from the API. I'm happy about that. Okay, what else can we do? What else can we do? What else can we do from here? Okay, let's start. Let's fetch the data from the API first. Okay, and know that we are done with that. Okay, I think so. Let's fetch the data from the API, and then we are going to use this what can I say, GraphQL server. Okay, let me log in. Okay, so you can go here and create your own what can I say, your own account. Okay, you can come here and create your own account. We are going to pull our data from this server. So what I'm going to assist you with here, I'm going to help you with what can I say, with using GraphQL. Okay, I'm going to help you with using GraphQL. Let's create a new project here. Okay, let's see, it's been a while since I've been here. The name of the project, it's Coconut. Okay, it's Coconut app. Okay, let me just copy and paste this. This is not necessary. And then let's add the project. The region, let me just choose any region. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are inside this project. Okay, let's close this. Okay, we are okay, guys, as we can see, we are inside this project. You can click here to check the content. You have not created any content models yet. That's true. Let's go to the schema. Okay, add a model. Okay, the model that we want items. Okay, we just want items and that's it. Okay, okay, let me say item here so that we can have items here. Okay, let's add that. Is it still complaining? Browser for the ID. Okay, here it comes items, but let me change it here, item, and then this one will be items. Okay, let's add it, guys. Let's add. So basically what we are going to do, we're just going to save a list of our products here. Okay, even though I'm just going to put 2. Okay, here I'm just showing you how to connect to a server and how to use a GraphQL server. Okay, now when we are here, it's like in SQL or maybe in SQL database, that means you will have to, in a relational database rather, okay, that has got the tables. Here what we created before, the model, it's a database, and what we are creating here now, it's a table. We've got table items, and then let's add the first field. The first field that I want is going to be a line text. Okay, just a line text, which is what do I want? Item name. Okay, let me just type item name, and that is it. Okay, let's add. Okay, these are more like our fields, okay, in the database. And then the other thing that we can do, we can just go to the that means this was not going to work. Okay, it was not going to work. Okay, so what we can do, we can just check here what are inside here. We've got the item name. I would like to assume this is the item name, this is the other item name, and what else? We've got the price. Okay, I think this is maybe a type. This is chocolate. What else do we have? A different now. Okay, so we've got a type. Is it a chocolate or a chip? I see. So we're not going to complicate things. We're going to have the name, the type, and the price. Okay, I think so. The name, the type, and the price. What about here? This is going to be a description. Okay, pure coconut. Okay, I think from dark chocolate. I think from what we are going to do, you can use your own discretion and add a lot of things, guys. Okay, I hope you'll understand that one. I already got the name. Let me put the item type. Okay, same here. Item type. Okay, item type. Okay, and then add. After the item type, what else? Let me just add description. Okay, let me continue with the same naming convention. Item description. My apologies about that. Okay, item description. Okay, this is what I want. And then item price. Okay, after item description, let's go with item price. Item price. For now, let's just leave it as a text. Okay, there's no need to change a lot of things. What else? We've got the item name, item type, the item description, and the item price. Okay, let's just for the interest, okay, what if maybe it's out of stock? Let's say, just to make this realistic, okay, maybe we might use this field or we might not use it. Let's say we want a boolean value. Okay, the item price was supposed to be a number. That's not a problem. Let's add a boolean value. Okay, let's say in stock. Okay, let me just remember I told you that it's not easy to name things in programming, but let me just give it this weird name, but it works for me. Okay, is item in stock. Okay, this works for me. The reason why this works for me, because it's written in such a way that it's asking a question, so it's going to be easier for me when I'm using in the code. Is item in stock? It's either yes or no. Okay, so maybe somebody might not like this, but for me it works. Okay, I think I'm happy with this, guys. I hope you are learning something. Okay, I hope you are learning something. Let's continue. Okay, so now that means we are done with our tables. Okay, now let's put some information. Okay, when we want to put some information, let's come here to content. Okay, as you can see, now we can have content. What is nice about this, you can add your content from here. You can add an entry from here. For now, just for the interest of time, let me type test, and then the type is coded, the description, coding, the item price. At the moment it's a string. Okay, let me just say 45. Maybe, guys, when you are coding, you can change it to boolean unless we see an error in the code. Okay, or maybe we might as well do things the right way. Okay, there's a code on the internet I think I've watched it on the motivational videos. It says do the thing right or don't do the thing at all or something like that. So that is ringing now in my mind. Okay, so let's just go back, guys. Okay, let's go back to our schema, not the schema necessarily. Now where do I want to go? Do I want to change the schema? Not really. Okay, let me just get here in the content. Is it the content? Okay, why it looks like I'm lost? Let me click here. Okay, let me click here. Let me click on items. Okay, I am on items. Let's see. Entry release. Let's see if I am on schema. Why it looks like I forgot where do I edit my thing. Okay, that's not much of a problem, guys. For now, we can continue configure columns. I think here. Okay, configure columns, item name. Let's. Okay, that means I'm removing it. Okay, guys, don't worry about this. We can change it later. As I'm using the system, my mind will refresh and I will know where to go. Okay, it's been a while. Okay, so let's go back and create the content. Add an entry. Test. Coded. Description. Coding. Item price. And then is it in stock? Yes, it's in stock. Let's save. Okay, save and publish. Okay, let's just save and publish. I think I'm happy with this. Let me just go back. As you can see, guys, we've got an item. Let me minimize this. Okay, we've got an item here. What else do I want to do? Nothing. So how are we going to use this? Okay, let's go to the playground. Okay, click here on playground. This is GraphQL. At the moment, as I've told you, I'm not going to explain a lot of things. Okay, so here is our model or our schema. Okay, so what we want to do, we are going to query. Okay, we are going to some sort of get these items from the app as a client. Okay, so we need to, usually there is always a query that is already here. Okay, yeah, I think here is the query. Okay, so the query is getting items, it's getting everything that we need. Okay, let me just give you a brief about GraphQL and maybe the core concept of it. I'm not going to get into details. If you are used to a relational database, okay, that means let's say SQL, and also there's also another non-query database which is MongoDB. Okay, what can I say? GraphQL, it's some sort of let's say a guy in between. Okay, if you want to use those database, you can have it in between. Okay, it is not a database on its own. Okay, you can use it, it can stand in between. It's either between one database. Okay, and then it makes it easier for you to query your information. Okay, for instance, let's say we've got a lot of tables, table 1, table 2, items, invoices, customers, orders. Okay, so when we are using SQL, you need to have a way of how do you select information from all those queries. Okay, like select item name from items, in customer name from customers. There's some sort of a complexity there. GraphQL comes and say, instead of doing that, okay, of selecting, you can just declare what you want. It's more like pulling it. It's like you are in the shop, you are picking something and put it in the basket. How do I query it? You don't really have to know. Okay, that's the essence of GraphQL. That's why this is a valid query. If I don't want ID, I just remove it from here. So let's just quickly test this, because this query we are going to use it in a client. So let's just run. So if you run this query, this is the data that is going to give you. Okay, obviously in our schema or in our model, there are some things that we created, okay? There are some things that the system has added. For instance, created at, we didn't edit. ID, we didn't edit, but it comes automatically, and updated it in case somebody updates it. So if you see some of the fields that you are not aware of, please understand that the system has added those automatically. So that's all, guys. If you can do this, then that means you are good to go, okay? And also GraphQL, it's very like popular. I think it was created by Facebook. Yeah, created by Facebook. It's popular. So if you can learn how to use it, that will be the best thing to do. That's why I've included it in this build. So let's continue, guys. We are done with this. And then how do we get this information from the client? And then let's go to the code. Okay, this is where we are. So we want to display that information here, okay? There is a package which I forgot the name now. Let me type here. Okay, not a problem. It's the React. Sorry. It's GraphQL what? Yeah, GraphQL request. Okay, here is it. So we are going to use this package. It will help us to get the data from the server, okay, to query the data from the server. Okay, let's see how to install it. Okay, as you can see, this is how to install it. But okay, let's see, add GraphQL request and GraphQL. Okay, let's also see here if isn't there something different. Oh, okay. So please, guys, when you are installing this library, don't copy this. I remember the other time I copied this. It only installed a GraphQL request. As you can see, this part also installs GraphQL, as you can see. So I wanted to make sure that we are using the right one, the one that has got two dependencies. So let's go back here and copy this. Come back here to our terminal. Okay. And then cancel this terminal and let's install GraphQL. Okay, it's been a while since I have used this, so I forgot some of the things, but to be honest, guys, it's not that difficult. Some other things you can use your own mind, believe me. It's not that difficult. Is there any other thing that I'm going to install? No. So in case you are wondering how do I run this command, I'm using the arrow up and arrow down just to run a command that I have ran before. Okay, let's go back to the documentation. And then send a GraphQL document, okay, using a static, not a problem. So we need to import this. I also have a project opened here, okay, where I was designing a WhatsApp clone. Okay, so it has got some of the things, okay, because I just realized that this documentation is not not proper, or at least for me. Okay, so I will assist it with the code that I've already wrote. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, we've imported it, and then from there you need to create a document. As you can see, here is the document, company, and blah blah blah. Okay, so I'm not going to, what can I say? I can just copy something from here. I have used this before. As you can see, this is that const. Okay, they have got document. I don't have document, and then come here, copy and paste this. Okay, and then let's go back here, put this as it is. Okay, and let's uncomment this. Okay, as you can see, this is a normal query, const GraphQL query. That's how I usually do it, and then you put your GraphQL query here. Okay, as you can see, GQL, and then put your GraphQL query here. Let's see how they did it. Let's see, const document GQL, and they have this. Okay, so maybe if we were using this one, you were just going to go in here. This is your query. Okay, you just substitute this part, and paste it where and paste it here. Okay, where is GQL? Okay, and just paste it here. Okay, so that was going to work as well. So let's just continue, guys, and let's copy this query. Okay, and then let's go back here. Okay, and then what we are going to do, we're just gonna change this. Okay, up until where? Let's say up until here. Let's see. Not really. Okay, my apologies about that. So what we can do, let me copy and paste it first. Okay, copy and paste. Okay, let me copy and paste it here, and then I will take, oh, okay, now I see what I did. Okay, this part, my apologies about that, it belongs to inside the string. Okay, it's all the part that is inside the string, as you can see. So if you were here on the documentation, where is the part inside the string, you were going to change this part here. Okay, so let's continue, guys. So you can I'm not sure, pause your screen and try to just check here how I did it, but this is not that difficult. Okay, this is just a query, and then let's see how the query is being used. Okay, function can be passed a configure object for more complex cases. We don't want the complex cases. Okay, await request, let's use this as it is. Okay, await request. Okay, let's see how do you continue to use it. Const client is equal to new GraphQL client, and then from there await request. I think this is what we need to copy. Okay, this is what we need to copy, and then from there we just paste it here, as you can see, guys. Then as we didn't have a document, we have is equal to new GraphQL client. Let's see what is this. Let's see new GraphQL client. We need to import the GraphQL client. Now I see. Okay, let's import the GraphQL client. Okay, we can even do this and remove this. Okay, and then let's continue. Okay, that means we've got the GraphQL client. The endpoint, it's the endpoint to your server. Okay, this one. Okay, it's the endpoint to your server. We will deal with that one now. And then what else? Okay, let's see. And then you pass your document, okay, which is, in case our document is this GraphQL string, this one. Okay, let's pass this one here. Okay, let's see. My apologies, guys. It looks like there might be some things that I didn't do wrong, but at least I am prepared. Okay, at least I am prepared. I have used this before, even though it was a long time ago. Okay, and here I was using it in a sort of in a complicated way. Okay, let's see. Even though here I was using it in a complicated way, receive data result as. Okay, let's see. It looks like I forgot. Okay, this is my query. Okay, it's a choose your string, and then I'm using .read. I'm passing a GraphQL string. Okay, well, that's not a problem. What I can do, I can go to CRUD operations. Okay, let's see. But this was not that complicated, man, when I was using it. Okay, let's see. Okay, my apologies, guys. I think we can. Okay, I think this can work. Await request, and then that's it. The only problem that I think I forget here, because now I see it was not this complicated. Okay, here is our endpoint here. I just need to put this inside this const, let's say result is equal to const, apologies, const result is equal to, okay. Then if you are using the await, you must always put it in an async function. Okay, let's say const, okay, get data. Okay, const get data is equal to, let's create an arrow function, best. Okay, let's create an arrow function, async. Okay, and that's it. As you can see, guys, everything works well. It's not that difficult. Okay, so what we need to do now, as you can see, this is the endpoint. So what we want to do, we want to go to Hygraph and get our own endpoint. So we can go here, as you can see. Let's go to project settings. Okay, and then from here, okay, when we're project settings, we just open this, and then from then let's look for API access, let's look for endpoint. Okay, and then from there, these are different types of endpoint. Okay, as you can see here, the first one, regular read. Okay, my apologies about that. It looks like my screen, as you can see, the brightness, so I don't see clearly. Okay, so regular read and write endpoint that allows query and mutation. Okay, I think let's see, isn't there any other configuration for the public API? Okay, configure a public API content access permission for unauthenticated request. Okay, I don't think we are going to do any authentication. Okay, that means we're not going to do any authentication. So what we can do here, we can come to this tab, okay, to what can I say, to allow for permission. But what the other thing that we can do, guys, okay, let's try to see what are the errors that we are going to encounter before we make some configurations. Okay, I think that can also help us. Okay, for instance, we've got a response from here. Okay, we've got a response from here, and then let's console.log the response. Okay, so that we can learn and see what's going on. Okay, so that it can, this server can tell us what it needs to do, because now we don't have any, what can I say, public access. Okay, we didn't set anything here for somebody else to access this. Okay, so let's just quickly see what will happen so that we can respond accordingly. Okay, go back here, Control C. I didn't know if the server was running. Okay, let's go back, start the server again. Okay, pull this up. So as you can see, we didn't call this. Okay, we didn't call this, so we can call this function. Okay, get data. Okay, we can call this function get data. So I can go to my own app and then click coconut app. Okay, I'm console logging things. Yes, everything works well, but it's still saying it cannot access. So this means, let me close this. Okay, let me try again. Is it going to start from scratch? Yes, so it looks like now it's starting from scratch. So let's see what our server says first, so that we can adjust according to the errors. I think we can learn a lot from there. Okay, I think we are going to learn a lot from there. Okay, let's just wait. At the same time, this is not our API. Okay, let's go back here. Possibly unheld promise rejection. Okay, not a problem. So let's go here in our APIs. Let's just copy this API, the first one. Okay, copy the first API. Okay, and then save. Okay, possibly unhandled promise rejection. Okay, so what I want to do when you are doing some API calls, let's return. Okay, let's do this. Okay, this is the result. Okay, so what we are going to do, let's just return. Let's do this. Return result dot to JSON. Is that what I want? Or okay, this is async await. Okay, are we using TypeScript? Yes. Okay, result dot JSON. This is not what I want, guys. Let's see. Okay, let's see from here. Okay, let me remove this. Dot then. Okay, now this is what I want. Okay, so since this is an await response, okay, so meaning that as it fetches data from the API, from the server, we are not sure if it's going to respond at all, because the server might not respond. The server might deny us the opportunity to connect to the server because we don't have permission, as I am assuming that's what's going to happen. So when we are using an await, async await, so meaning that we are awaiting for the response. So what we can do from here, we can use dot then. Okay, dot then, that means we are going to get the response. Okay, that means we are going to my apologies about this. Okay, then we're going to have a function. We're going to receive the response. I don't like this IntelliSense thing. Okay, I hope you can see here, and then we create a function here, as you can see, guys. So we are awaiting for this response. Okay, dot then. Okay, when it's done, because when you're waiting for somebody to serve you. When it's being served, then we are executing this function. Okay, we are executing this function. Okay, and in this function we are a console.log. Okay, console.log response. Okay, now we are logging this response. Okay, let's continue with this because this might throw an error. Okay, and then we can type here dot catch. Okay, in case there's an error, and then that is what we want. Okay, if there's an error, we are going to catch it. Also, we are going to console.log. Okay, error. We are logging the error. So that's why this was telling us that possibly an unhandled promise. Okay, so this is a promise. Okay, let me save, refresh, close this. Okay, let me just rerun this. Make sure it's starting from scratch. Yes, and then let's see, guys. Okay, I want to see the error that is going to throw so that we can maneuver from there. Oh, I didn't save this. As you can see, this is not saved. Okay. Are we calling this? Yes, we are calling it. Okay. Possibly unhandled. It's still telling us there is an unhandled error. Dot response console.log. Okay. So let's go back here and let's at least take a valid endpoint. Okay. Oh, okay, this is a valid endpoint. Okay, not a problem. Okay, let me just okay, const get data is equal to async. Yes, this is correct. Okay, result dot console log. Okay, and then What can I do from here? Console.log result. There's an unhandled error. Console and unhandled error. Let me just quickly check what's the problem. Cut screen. Happy with that. Okay, let's see what to do from here. Console result. This is the result. Okay, console logging. Everything console log the response, and we are catching it, and then we are console logging it. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's come here and let's add some permissions. Okay, we want to allow people to read, and that's all for now. We are not going to create anything. Okay, let's add this for unauthenticated users. Okay, and then let's go back. Okay, and click save, and then okay, let me load this. Okay, so that we can be connected. My apologies about that. Okay, boom. Okay, let's see, guys. Okay, let me back here. Let's see, let me close the old one. Yes, this is the old one. Okay, let me run it again. Okay, so what I did, I just gave access to the public users. Okay, that's what I did, because from here this is supposed to work fine, and it's supposed to console log the data or an error. Okay, supposed to console log the data. As you can see, guys, okay, now we are getting the items. Okay, we are getting the items. Here is our item. That means we are good to go. Okay, we are good to go. So we are getting an object, and the object has got this data. Okay, so what we want to do with this data, there is one thing that I forgot in our data, in our model. Okay, there is something that I forgot in our model. Our model doesn't have a picture. Okay, we don't have a picture there in our model. How am I going to do that? Let me see. We need to add the picture in our model. Let's see. Go back to schema. Asset query component. What I'm looking for items. Okay, remember I told you that I will remember, my mind will refresh. Okay, so for now, in terms of the price, we can leave it as a string for now. Okay, the only thing that we want to do here, we want to add a single text, which is image URL. Okay, the image URL. Okay, the image URL, let's add this. Okay, and then from there, let's just go to Google. Chocolate. Okay, we're just going to take any image. Okay, we can even take this one. Okay, we can also take this. This is too much. Okay, I don't want an image from, yeah. Okay, this is the image that I want. So something like this. Copy image address. So what we are going to do here, we are going to add the image address where on the content. Okay, so on the content, we're going to add the image address. We can edit. What are we editing here? Yes, we are editing this. Where is the image URL? Here is it, and then we can add it here. Save and publish. Okay, save and publish. Now that we have added our image URL, what we can do, we want also this field. Okay, so what we can do, let's go to our playground. Okay, go to our playground. Let's see, do we have image URL here? Okay, this is not updated. That's not much of a problem. What we can do, we can just add that as it is here. Okay, as you can see, it's telling us this is a string. And then let's do the query at line 1. Okay, let's see, let's go back here. Okay, now when we are here, okay, let's say we want to know how the system has saved image URL. Maybe it might happen it has used small letters, you never know. So when you are here, you can just type I, the system will tell you everything that is in here. Okay, so that you can look for what you want. Okay, let's see, I'm looking for image URL. As you can see, guys, here is it. Okay, it's a small letter. The system has used a small letter to refer to it. Okay, and then now this is our new data. As you can see, it has got an image URL there. So what we can do, we can copy this and then come back to our query, and then from here we can edit here. Okay, this is the nice thing about GraphQL. Okay, this is the nice thing about GraphQL. It makes it easier for you to get data. Okay, so I'm assuming the first one didn't have the URL and the second one, suppose it has. Okay, let's see, here is the image URL. So we are good to go. So what we are going to do now, let's get into the technicalities of what can I say, the technicalities of React. Okay, so let's create a state here. Okay, const image, let's say const URL. Okay, const URL, comma set URL is equal to use state. Okay, it's equal to use state. Okay, this is not how you do it. Let me remove this. This is supposed to be an array, something like this. Okay, and also this is not the best way to go about it. Here we were testing, so now we are doing things the right way. Okay, guys, so what we need to do first, we need to use the other hook. Okay, the other hook, it's useEffect. Okay, the other hook is useEffect. This is how you use it. Okay, the first parameter, it takes a function, and then the other parameter, it takes dependencies. Okay, the only thing that you need to know about this state hook for now, for this case, is that when the parameters are empty, as you can see, when this string is empty, it means that the function inside here will only run when your component loads only. Okay, so here this was the wrong way of doing it. Okay, so let's clean things up a bit. Okay, let's take this data because we need it inside this function get data. Okay, what happened there? Okay, what happened there? Okay, let's see, get data. Where is get data? Let's see. Oh, okay, I'm declaring this here. Let's see, when I'm deleting this, where is it? Complaining const. Okay, I'm deleting this const UL string. Oh, now I see. Okay, I didn't copy this. My apologies about that. Okay, and then as you can see, it's complaining this is not there. I just paste here. As you can see, everything works fine. So we've got a function get data here. Okay, this function gets data, it just gets the data. Is it a must that this function be inside our own component? Let's see, it's not a must. We want to clean things, so it can be outside. Okay, it can be outside. so that this can be cleaner. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to call this function. Okay, as you can see, guys, so we've got our components. Our component has got a state. You will see in now how the state works. And then this is useEffect. Basically, useEffect will only run once. Okay, so we are going to fetch our data inside useEffect so that when our component runs, we fetch the data. And then from then we can call this get data here. Now we are sure that this will only run once. Okay, let's just click save and check here on the console log. Let's see how many console log. Okay, let's just save. As you can see, still it's running again. Okay, now we are sure that this will only run once. And then when this is running, here is the problem. Here is the problem. Okay, it looks like this has to be inside. It looks like this has to be inside. Okay, for now. Okay, we are making things easier for us. I don't want to do things that will drag the what can I say, that will drag the tutorial. Okay, so let's put it inside. My apologies about that. Okay, I don't want things that will drag the tutorial, so let me look for get data. Here's get data. I'm cutting it, and then I'm going to put it here. Okay, the reason why I'm putting it here, it must use this use state. Okay, this set URL. Okay, as you can see, we want to set this variable using this set URL. Okay, so if it's outside, it's not going to have the access. So here, instead of logging, okay, instead of logging the data, then it's going to, my apologies about that, it's going to use okay, let's test one last thing. Okay, so since we've got this data here, this is a lot of things. Now let's try to understand how this data is. Okay, let's copy this data and let's use a website called, I think it's JSON crack. Okay, what we are trying to do, we want to prettify this JSON object that we got. You will see now why. Okay, we have copied that and then we're going to paste it here. As you can see, guys, okay, this is the view, like the visual view of our object. We've got an item here. Okay, this is an item, and inside this item we've got this data. Okay, so now we can at least be smart or understand that we've got items here. So let's just quickly test on console logging. What if we can console log? Obviously TypeScript might have some problems with this, but we will fix that later. So we want the response dot items. Okay, it's very important that you type this as it is. Okay, let's console log response dot items. Okay, what we are expecting, suppose now the items is not here anymore because this is what is inside the items. Let's quickly test that. Don't mind about this TypeScript. Okay, as you can see, now we are displaying the content of items. Okay, this has passed, and then inside that items we want the URL. Okay, the image URL. It's very important to copy these as they are. Let me just come here. I want the image URL. Okay, let's go back here. Don't mind about the TypeScript. Okay, TypeScript will always complain. My apologies about that. Okay, let me just paste this here and only take nope, looks like I've copied the wrong thing. Okay, what I can do, I can also copy this from my Hygraph. Okay, copy this from my Hygraph as well. And then we're going to say dot image URL. We just want to be sure. Undefined. Okay, now this is the wrong way of doing it. Let's go back to our JSON prettify. Okay, inside here, what's the nature of this data? Okay, as you can see inside items, okay, we've got an array. Okay, as you can see, we've got an array, and this is not how you access an array. Okay, this means that if we've got a lot of items, we are going to have comma here, another item, comma here, another item. So we are trying to access an array as if we're accessing an object, of which that's a problem. So let's first tell the program that we want at item 0. Okay, first we want to be at item 0 because this will be the first item. Okay, so let's save that and see. Okay, let me just go back and apply my mind. My apologies about that. Once we are inside item, we don't need to put dot. My apologies, guys. Okay, this is how you access an array. Okay, and then we can dot image URL. Let me paste it. I hope it's still there. Okay, let's save. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, now guys, everything is working. Okay, we got this. Okay, now continuing with that error still, we will solve this. This is a TypeScript error. Okay, now what we want to do, we want to use this set URL. Okay, we are going to set the URL to this. Okay, instead of console logging, we are going to set the URL to this. Okay, we're taking that value from there. As you can see, response.items. Oh, okay, that's a TypeScript error that we don't mind about. Okay, let's see. Let me save and see what will happen here. As you can see, now nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens. Now let's display this string. Okay, because now it's already here on URL. Okay, you can please make a research on use state, since I don't want to explain a lot of things, because when I'm explaining, believe me, I can take time. Now what we want to do, we want to display it here. Is it running? Okay, yes, it's running. Okay, we want to display this here. Let's just display it under this. Okay, and then we're going to have text here, and then we're going to have a block of code, JavaScript block of code. Inside this block of code, we want we want to render this, but we only want to render it when it has got something. Okay, so for now, let's say this data, okay, it can be, now we need to tell TypeScript that here in this use state we can have null or string. Okay, this is how we do that. We can have null, or okay, let me just make it simple like this. Let's say this data is a string. We are telling TypeScript that this data is a string. My apologies about this autocomplete. Okay, it always gives me a problem, but I will show you what I want to do. I always have to delete this like this. I'm typing this use state as a string. Okay, meaning that I'm saying I'm gonna pass I can pass an initial value of a string here. Okay, what is going to be the default value of this URL here? But now I'm saying this can also be null, because it's only being set once we are done fetching data, and this is an await. It means that it's not going to be available immediately. We have to wait some time until it fetches. I hope you do get that one. So let's say this can be a string or null. Okay, now we can pass the initial value here of null. When we start, it's going to be null until this await async assigns something. Please don't mind about this error, we'll fix it now. Okay, so now before we display, where is our render? Before we display, we need to ask, okay, is URL, which is URL, is URL true? Okay, if URL is true, please render URL for me here. Okay, or render loading. Okay, let's say, or else render loading. Is this inside text? My apologies about this. Okay, or else render loading. Let me type, my apologies about that. Let me type a string. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to do a ternary. Is this true? If that's true, put the URL here. If not, oh, it cannot find URL. Let me copy this URL as it is. Okay, copy this URL as it is to where? To here. Render this URL. If not, render loading. Okay, as you can see, guys, let's save now and focus here and see. Okay, since it's too fast, okay, it tried to display loading, but it was too fast. Here is the, what can I say? Here is the URL. Okay, so let's test if this is a valid URL. This is what we are going to do. Okay, let's use image. Import it from React Native image, this one. Then it can be a self-closing tag. And then let's put the style of this image. Okay. In React Native, do we put this inside? Okay, no, I don't think so. Yeah, let's put it like this, and a height of 200. I'm happy with this. And then I need to put is it a source? Okay, since I'm going to get it from the internet, it's going to be URI, and then I will put URL. Okay, let's save and see. As you can see, guys, boom, we have managed to fetch data from our GraphQL. Okay, let me just check if we are still live. Yes, we have managed to fetch data from our GraphQL. This is the first part. I'm happy that we are here. Okay, so now at least we know that we are done with the API request part. Okay, so we can remove this text here. Okay, we can remove this text here. Then we can continue. Now let's sort this out. Okay, because also I don't like to have some red things here. Okay, now TypeScript is telling us that, okay, you are trying to request data from the API. Okay, I don't know the structure of that data, and then because of that, if you can type UR234 here, I can't help you because I don't know the structure. So that means you can make a lot of errors. Okay, as you can see, I even try to access using the dot here while accessing an array. If TypeScript was aware of this error, it was going to help me, but it couldn't. So let's quickly fix that. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, let's go back here. What is the nature of this data? Okay, we need to create a type, okay, to tell TypeScript that we've got this type. Okay, what we are going to do, this is what I usually do. I'm not sure if this is what can I say, a trick or a hack. Okay, I've just realized that if you are telling TypeScript that your types are having strings, like TypeScript doesn't mind about your types. Before I used to remove these strings, okay, but now I'm just using it this way. Okay, let's quickly define and tell TypeScript that we are expecting this type of data. This we can do outside here. Okay, so let's say type type let's say equal to, I just want to test, as you can see, guys. So let's see, there was some sort of okay, not a problem, let me leave it like that. So let's give this type a name. We are fetching items. Okay, so let's say this is items, let's say this is items type. Okay, this is items type, and then I'm going to take from here and put this. Okay, as you can see, let's see, is this a valid code? Yes, because if it was not a valid code, it was going to give us an error. Okay, as you can see, this is a valid code. This is the only thing that it complains about. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, well, I didn't know about this up until I tried it. Okay, and I was like, okay, it's working. Okay, so my apologies, somebody is calling. Let me just do this. Okay, I will handle that call. Okay, so let me just check, are we live? Okay, so what I want to do now, created at, as you can see, this is a string. So we are telling TypeScript that this is a string. The ID, as you can see, it has got this is a string. Okay, the image URL, as you can see, is going to be a string. Okay, we don't want the actual data, we want the data type. This is a boolean, as you can see, it's true or false, it's going to be a boolean. This is going to be a string. This is going to be a string. This is going to be a string. This is supposed to be a number, by the way, but for now, to make this tutorial short, let's just keep it like that. I hope you are learning the basics. Okay, published at is going to be a string. My apologies about that. Let me delete this and make this a string. Okay, now we've got a template. We've got a structure. Now we need to tell TypeScript that whatever that we are getting there is going to be this structure. Okay, let's see. Let's see. First of all, let's go back here. We said this is going to be a string because we were testing with only a URL, right? Yes. But now let's make, what can I say? Let's formalize things now. Okay. This is going to be image. It's not easy to name things in programming. Okay, let's say this is going to be items. These are items. I want to tell myself that it's an item, but I also want to tell myself it's an array. Let me leave it like this, as item array, and then we can set, let me copy this as it is. Okay, we can set, okay, let me remove this. My apologies about that. Let me remove this. We can set the items array. The reason why I like to put an array there, I like to always sort of remind myself that this is an array that is inside there. Okay, so that I know how to access it and I can quickly understand it. Okay, it helps me. And then the type of this is not a string anymore now. It can be this type, items type, or null. Okay, let's see how this has some sort of helped us. Okay, let's say here, where, okay, let's say here we want to access this because we are going to use it where is our JSX? Here. Okay, this is not how to access this now. This is not how you get the URL now, because this is not a string anymore. Let's say we want to get it. Look at this. My apologies about that. Let me just say items array. Where is it? Isn't it there? Okay, let's see. State items array. Why it's not here? Okay, let's see items array. We want to use the URL image from here. Okay, now let's say we are assuming that this items array is an array. Okay, let's see. We are assuming that it's an array. Sorry. Okay, let me just first see if this we are trying to test this in the wrong place. Okay, My apologies about that. Okay, we are trying to test this. Yes, the test is good, but it's in the wrong place. So let's just go here. Okay, let's type items array. As you can see, let's say we are thinking we're a new developer in the company. We're working on a legacy code. It's 10 years after Matthew has worked for this company. I'm coming here thinking that since I see array here, I think this is an array. I use this and type 6. Let's see. Let's go back here. Okay, according to TypeScript is supposed to tell us that this is an object. Okay, because we are not in an array yet. Okay, so let me just quickly see what type of an object is this. It's an item type, yes, but it's not supposed to accept anything. Maybe my hack doesn't really work. You never know. Okay, it's an items array. Let me say in the same thing, let me say dot items. It works. Okay, and then this doesn't end here. Okay, it want me to put something dot items at 0. Still is not going to allow me up until I have a URL. As you can see now, TypeScript is constantly some sort of guiding me into the right thing. I don't have to come here and make some changes. Okay, let's quickly check this error here, or something that we've just noticed that TypeScript is not telling us something about it. Okay, which is the wrong use of this. Okay, let's say we think that this is an array, which is not. Let's see, because TypeScript is supposed to catch this error. Let's say dot from here. As you can see, that means there is something wrong going on here, because we are not supposed to use this way. Maybe my hack here, okay, it might happen it has been working, but it doesn't mean it's the right way. Let's just remove this, because maybe I have confused TypeScript by this. As you can see, okay. What else? Let's save. This is an object. Oh, okay. What might be the problem? But I don't think this is right. Let's say, okay, let me go back here. I need to investigate this, because TypeScript is supposed to tell us this is not how to access this. Or maybe in terms of objects, you can access them. They behave like an array. This is something that I need to make a research about, guys. Okay, but the point to continue, so that I cannot what can I say, delay the whole video. Now that we've got TypeScript, we can just type dot here. It's telling us that you can get an item here. What if we are typing a dot here? TypeScript is telling us that let's say this is item, let's say dot. As you can see, it doesn't give us anything. Okay, let me say dot yt, which is the wrong thing. It's telling us that yt, it's not part of this. Okay, yt is not part of this. Okay, so dot now we want, okay, when we are here, we need to get an array here which is at 0. That's what we want. TypeScript is telling that this is not enough. Okay, let's come back here, and then we can type here dot image URL. Let's go back to here and see if this works. Okay, let's see if this works. It's still the same. Okay, I will just have to make a research on, can I access an object like an array? Okay, and I don't want to do that here. I know I am slow by nature, so if I can follow other things, okay, I might take time to finish this project. Okay, guys, I want to connect. Let me get ready. Okay, I want to connect my phone. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, let's see. Okay, it looks like something is not available. Call it design. Okay, now I'm in. Let's continue, guys. Okay, thank you so much for waiting. Let's see. Let's run the code. And the code, is it here? Coded short? No. Maybe we have, let me save this. Didn't we? Maybe we stopped the server. Okay, let's see. Okay, the server is still running. Let's just refresh it. Okay, let's just refresh it. Maybe because of that call. Okay, maybe because of that call. Let's see if this will update. Okay, let's see if this will update. Not really. That means I have to refresh this one because it's showing me old projects. Okay, or maybe Expo was not running at all. Okay, now we are good to go. So I hope you can see the use of TypeScript. Okay, this is supposed to do the same thing, okay, with TypeScript. So TypeScript can help you in production to quickly see problems and what can I say, it avoids certain things, okay, from happening. Okay, now we are supposed to see the same image and then we are going to continue. That means we are done with the data fetching part. Let's see. Cannot read property items of null. All right, let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, when we were using this, okay, when we were using it, we had a condition that says items array is item array is true. If it's true, then put this. If not, then put loading. Okay, that's what we said before. If not, as you can see, guys, it's loading. Okay, why is it going to take time to load? Okay, let's just quickly check. Okay, are we setting it? Okay, as you can see, guys, okay, what can I say, we commented a lot of things. Okay, the reason why we commented it here, we were setting it as, what can I say, we were setting it as a string. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to set it as not as a string, as response. Okay, this is also not set URL. Okay, let's go back here. This is set items array. Okay, let's see. My apologies. Okay, argument of typed unknown. Okay, now this is still TypeScript. Okay, if you are new to TypeScript, believe me, I understand when you feel like TypeScript is it's something. Okay, I hope you understand what I'm saying, it's something. Okay, but in this video I'm going to take you through all those things so that we can solve those problems. TypeScript is telling us that this result, I don't know it. Okay, I don't know the format of this result. Then we can use the same type to say that TypeScript, whatever you get from what can I say, from the server, let's start with this, it's going to be this type. We are telling it you are going to receive this, it's going to be this type. Okay, now TypeScript is saying that I am happy because the response type is the same as the set arrays type. Okay, what if the response type was a string? Okay, TypeScript is going to tell us that you can assign a string to another type. So as you can see, it's guiding us. Okay, so I hope you see the use of TypeScript. As you can see, guys, now we are back to square one. We can see the URL. Okay, I'm happy with that. So I think now we are good to go. We are done with the data fetching part. Okay, we are done with the data fetching part. We can continue to the fun part. Okay, let's see. the fun part. Where is the fun part? Okay,